Testing 1 2 test.
Okay, 1 should be cordless.
Check 1 2. Testing 1 2 test 1 2. Test 1 2. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Probably number 2 then.
Yeah, that's number 3.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Check. Test. Hey.
1 is the wired, 3 and 4 are the wireless.
Perfect.
Got them on now.
Do we have a need for
Again this year, Pioneer, Badger Bluff Egg Services, Middleton Machining, Premier Insurance.
I am your 2026 Sauk County Fairest of the Fair. The fair this year runs from July 6th through the 12th. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Millie Marlette, and I'm the junior Fairest of the Fair, and I'm so glad you all could make it out this evening.
Now the fair is coming up about a month away or so, and what is one thing that both of you are looking forward to this year at the fair? Maybe something new that's happened, maybe something that you ladies have been wanting to do and you get to do it this year.
So I'm really excited for the Peterson Farm Brothers to come out on July 11th at 4 p.m. in the WCCU building. I've watched them for a while, and so when I saw that they're coming to the fair, I got really, really excited, and it sounds like everybody's excited too.
I'm excited to walk around and see all the members and see how hard they've been working on all of their projects this year.
Very nice. How about it, fans? How about a round of applause for the royalty Sauk County Fair with us here tonight? And this time I turn the mic over to John, and John's got a little bit of more word about all the fun things that we have going on here tonight.
We are going to have a whole lot of fun. Welcome, everybody. I'm John Strandley, along with my good buddy here, Christopher Clark, and not related at all, Daryl Clark is helping us out announce here tonight. And my old friend Stacy Butson, who's hovering around with the mosquitoes and stuff up in the announcer stand. He's up there pretty busy right about now. So thank all you fans for coming out, and there's so many people coming in here. What a great night. What a great event. And all you fans that helped us year after year with this event, everything goes to the UW Children's Hospital. Everything. Last year, Badger State Tractor Pullers donated, finally hit the number. We went over $1 million last year donations. All thanks to all you fans for helping us out. We also wrote a check for about $165,000 last year, and we're hoping to beat that this year. So thank you again for all your help. We're doing a Calcutta auction tonight after the Pro Stock diesel trucks. We'll be doing the Calcutta auction. We got a lot of fun stuff going on. So the Calcutta auction, we auction off the Pro Stock class. If you buy a tractor, we take that money and compile it all in one spot. And if you and your tractor win, you get half of that kitty. The other half goes to UW Children's Hospital. So buy in, buy often. We also have $20 paddles. We'll be seeing some people walking around with a paint stick. We have paint sticks for each class. They're $20 a piece. You can buy as many as you want for many classes, whatever you want to do. Now that number coincides with the entry number. So for instance, if you get number 2 in the Pro Stock diesel class, that is the second competitor. So kind of follow along with us announcing up here. We'll keep you up to date, and we'll let you know whoever the winner is. The winner of the class is number 8. If you have number 8 paint stick in Pro Stock diesel class, you're the winner. So half that money goes to the UW Children's Hospital, and you get half the money. This year, all the kiddos, this is going to be fun. So just before the Calcutta auction, when they're bringing out the tractors, Lori and I and Hannah and whoever else we can recruit, we're going to come out on the grandstand over there. And we talked about this on Facebook, the noisy donation. So if your kid's got a bag of change, some change to throw in the bucket so it's nice and noisy, we got prizes for them. We got some stuff for them that we're going to be handing out over here. So watch for that as we talk about that. But I want to introduce the main event person here, Lori Schultz from UW Children's Hospital. Let's give her a warm welcome here tonight. Lori, we have so much fun together, and this is such a great event. And you've included me with the Radiothon the last couple of years that we've had with 94.1, Q106, Magic 98 in the zone for those of you that heard us on there for the Radiothon. And it goes 3 days, the Radiothon is, and she's there for over 12 hours a day for those days. Can you imagine that? Let's give her a hand. Wow. But luckily enough, I get to show up on Friday morning, and I got there early this year, and we had a lot of fun. It was great. And during that event, how much did we raise in the Radiothon for the Children's Hospital?
It came to over $521,000 this year. So thanks to anyone who was listening and became a champion, because that was really amazing to hit that mark this year.
throughout the years, you know, you were part of this long before you were a part of this. And those that were listening, you know, the heartstrings were tugging pretty hard, but this means so much to you, your family, and you are the perfect person for this job.
Well, thanks, John. Yeah, I and my family have been a part of every single radiothon for 21 years, and I'm just lucky enough to have this job for 10 of those 21 years. But yeah, I love what I do. I love helping the kids at the hospital. Unfortunately, I was a patient family, and my story didn't end the way that you would want it to end. We lost our daughter, but I'm here to help other families, so it means a lot to me to be able to be on this side of things.
It does, and you do such a great job. And those of you, we go to the Badger State Banquet in December, and there's always 480 to 500 people there, and there's not a dry eye in the house when she gets up and talks about the families. But this is what we're here for, and the things that we do help the Children's Hospital out so much. What are a couple of main things that really help out with our donations?
The donations that come from Badger State Tractor Pullers, and this event for sure, it goes to helping the families with gas cards, with food, and the family meals. Helps with our dogs that we have, our therapy dogs. We now have 5 of them that help the children able to take the procedures that they have to have done. They get back pokes, they get arm pokes, sedations that they have. Those dogs just calm everybody down in the room, especially the kids, but also the parents. It helps with distraction toys and games that they have. And you could not believe, John, the amount of Play-Doh and Legos that we go through, and your donation helps supply us with all those.
And since this has started too, Badger State Tractor Pullers has a room named after them as well.
Absolutely. On our 7th floor, we have a room that has a plaque outside of it. And thanks to your donations, we were able to hang that plaque and have a room named after you guys.
This is great. So again, thanks to all of you coming in and showed up that help year after year. This is the only event every year that all the Badger State classes are here. So this is the best event you'll get to see all summer long. We're all amped up and we're all ready to have some fun. So we're walking around. You'll see Lori out here helping with paddles and stuff. I'll come out and help with the noisy donations, and we'll recruit a couple other people to help us out with that too. And along with that, I'll be doing some announcing here and driving here tonight too. So this is going to be fun. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. And we also have a patient family here, so make sure that you are listening to their awesome story as well.
We're going to have them here right after the noisy donation. We'll talk with them, and then we'll have our Calcutta auction. So that's kind of how it's going to go midstream this evening. So, all right.
All right, we're just a few minutes from poll time as we get ready to get things going. Hi, boys. I'm on up here, and they got us in a hermetically sealed booth now this year. We can't open the windows, so if you want to get into action, you got to come outside a little bit. But we're going to start with limited light super stocks on the grandstand side and Pro Farm tractors on the infield side. I'll send it back down to you guys to start us off.
Before we get into the polling action, like Stacy mentioned, as we roll in closer to the national anthem, I'd like to all take a time for a prayer, and if you'd all bow our heads with me and pray. Lord, thank you for this opportunity and this chance to gather together with our friends, our neighbors, our families, and we thank you for this opportunity to do what we love to do, the sport of truck and tractor pulling. We ask for the safety of all of our competitors and our fans, and we ask special grace and safety, protection, and to wrap your arms around all the kids at UW Health, and think of those kids and their families tonight as we gather together to support them and do what we love to do. In your name, amen. Now turn the mic over to Daryl as he has a commemorative little 250th celebration for us here tonight.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Once again, good evening, everybody. It is an honor and a pleasure to be involved with this great activity here at the Sauk County Fairgrounds, benefiting the UW Children's Hospital. But there's a lot of things that lead up to tonight, including the last 250 years. And as we gather together tonight for this great horsepower, we celebrate more than horsepower, competition, and community. We're celebrating 250 years of American freedom. 2.5 centuries ago, brave men and women took a stand and declared that liberty, self-government, and opportunity were worth fighting for. From those bold beginnings, our nation grew through the hard work, determination, and sacrifice of generations of Americans. And events like this remind us of what it takes and what it makes our country so special. Across rural communities and small towns, neighbors come together, families create memories, and traditions are passed from one generation to the next. The values that built America, hard and perseverance, independence, and pride in our communities are on display every time that we gather at events like this. Tonight, as these powerful machines roar down the track, let's also remember the strength of people that built this nation. The farmers who worked the land, the workers who built our industries, and veterans who defended our freedoms, and of course, the citizens who continue to shape America's future. As we celebrate America's 250th birthday, may we honor our past, appreciate the freedoms we enjoy today, and look forward with confidence and hope to the generations yet to come. Happy 250th birthday, America. God bless our communities, and God bless the United States of America.
If you're a veteran, you served in the armed forces or are currently serving, please stand up and give me a wave, would you? Where are they at? Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Land of the free because of the brave. If you're a firefighter, first responder, police officer, sheriff's deputy, please stand with our heroes. We owe you a word of thanks too. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Stand with all our heroes. Gentlemen, take off your hats as we salute this great nation. I'd love to introduce Amy Jo Ladwig. She's going to sing our national anthem tonight. Amy?
Thank you, Jen. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
Thank you, Amy Jo Ladwig. Let's give her a big hand. You nailed it. Well, we're about ready to go pulling. We're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of what brought us all here tonight, besides the fact that we are raising money for the American Family Children's Hospital. You heard my buddy John Strandley give you some facts and figures here a little bit ago. Over $1 million the Badger State tractor pullers have donated to American Family Children's Hospital over the years. And I'll have to get back in the booth so I can get some of my facts and numbers straight. But I know we've been doing this benefit pull for quite a few years. We started out, it was a St. Jude's benefit, and then some time ago they decided they would like to keep the money just a little bit more local, and they found a very worthy cause in the American Family Children's Hospital up there in Madison. And a lot of the pullers, it has a very special meaning to them. They utilize the services up there at American Family Children's Hospital. And Lori Schultz, she's been a terrific liaison between the Badger State Tractor tractor pullers and the Children's Hospital over the years, and it's been a match made in heaven, so to speak, between the two organizations. And like John was saying earlier, we got all 9 classes of Badger State vehicles here tonight. For many of them, it's their first hook of the year. Some of them been out a couple of times. We had our first Badger State Pull of the Year a couple of weeks ago over on West on 12 over in Sauk City, and we had 57 vehicles there that night, and we only had 5 classes. So evidently everybody was antsy to get up and get it going, as the calendar hadn't flipped over to June yet. So it was an early season hook, to be sure. And we had a lot of travelers come in and play with us that night as they were trying to get some shakedown runs on their equipment before their home circuits started up for them and they started pulling closer to home. But all 9 classes here tonight. I think the Pro Farm class, we got 10 entries in, which that class has been a little light the last few years, so we got a full slate of 10 of them entered up here tonight. And we also got 10 of them in light super stock class for our first 2 classes that we're going to run here tonight as we get things opened up. And these guys are going to be pulling a little bit in daylight. It may change a little bit as the sun starts to drop. We're getting close to the summer equinox, too. I think that's when it gets to be the longest day of the year. I thought we already had that during planting season, but I guess it's yet to come.
Action coming to the track shortly. Going to do last-minute track prep. Going to lay it in nice. Boy, the guys here have been really working this track over the last few days, getting it prepped. 2 side-by-side wide tracks here in Baraboo.
Yeah, the guys been working on the track pretty good. You guys, I don't think they've had the rain up here that we've had down south, but we had 5 inches in an hour and a half down on the state line night before last, and that was a frog choker and a gully washer, to be sure. And it did put everybody out of the fields for a couple of days. And yeah, we needed the rain, trust me, but not that much that fast. Sometimes we don't have any choice how we get it. But the track looks like it's going to be good. It's always been a real good track here tonight. Some extra added notes that I've learned in a little bit that I've been running around here. John Stranley, you're going to pull your brother's diesel 4-wheel drive truck tonight.
I'm going to be out of hand.
Yeah, you besides you out of hand, the truck's called out of hand.
Out of hand, yeah.
Yeah. So that ought to be fun to see. You've driven that truck once before.
Once, yeah. That was a while ago, and a little less horsepower at that time.
Yeah,
so.
well, and your brother's got a second truck this year that's brand new.
Yep, out of patience.
Yeah, I think he was out of patience the first night out with it when it blew the turbocharger in spectacular fashion.
Spectacular,
over there in Sauk.
Yeah. So yeah, he's got 2, and he wants me to drive the other one so he can concentrate on that one. So it'll be a lot of fun. So it's a great night to do it here with all the fans, and hopefully we'll get the family over here too that's with us. We'll get some pictures of the truck with them too. So get the little guy in there sitting.
Sure, that'd be good. That's it's Family Children's Hospital pull, and I'll ask Amy Drury, see if I can defer to her. How long have we been doing this pull hooked up with the Children's Hospital? I know it was a St. Jude's pull for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, I got the official word, long time.
Long time.
At my age, that could mean 2 days ago.
Good, yeah. Week, There's a test. Yeah, Amy did not study for that.
Yeah, that was a quiz. You didn't know that. All right, we're ready to go light supers. We got the boys out of Potosi coming to the track. First one up is going to be
Steve Zenz.
One of the Zenz boys with the Oliver. And these guys, the Zenz brothers, got a Cockshaw, or I should say a White and an Oliver. They all come from the same family, but they got 5.9 Cummins in them. We got Steve Zenz going to be our first puller with the 1855 Oliver. And 5.9 Cummins switched over to alcohol. And if you run an alcohol-powered tractor in our light super stock class, you weigh 6,250. If you're a diesel burner, or grease burner as they call them, or use diesel fuel, 6,500 pounds. And since they integrated alcohol tractors into the light super stock class, that's what they came up with, and it's never changed. It's been a good fit right from the get-go.
It has been, yeah. The diesels can run 410 cubic inch with 1 turbocharger, or 315 with 2 turbochargers. And alky burners are 370 cubic inch. So it's a good mix-up.
Well, and another added kicker to it all is the Alkies can run 30.5 tires on the back, and the Zenz boys, they got 30.5 tires on it. They switch them back and forth. I looked tonight. They are both sitting up on 30.5 shoes here tonight, and they're the lightweight ones. They're not the latest Mitas or anything like that. They're pretty shaved down. Well, pretty good run to get us opened off here tonight. That's Steve Zenz with his Oliver 1855, a beautiful, clean-looking tractor, and has a clean run. Being the first puller in the class, the first puller in every class is what we call our test puller. That's just because he's a guinea pig. It means somebody's got to go first, and whoever's going to go first, we give them the option to keep that puller, turn it down. The bottom line is we want to make sure we got our weight transfer machine set as good as we can to give you guys the best possible show. And it looks like Josh Jacobs and crew, they are right on the money with the light Superstock sled. We'll see if he's going to keep that pull. This is early in the season. We got a lot of pulling. You don't throw runs away when you're looking at another 20 hooks down.
And when you got a freshly groomed track that nothing's been down, that's kind of one of the best passes you're going to have, I think.
I've seen it several times, and we'll probably talk about this a little bit later too, John. They had the Fent High Stakes Series. Was that last weekend or 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks. Last weekend.
Last weekend.
Last weekend, the Fent High Stakes Series down there in the 4-1 limited pro class. The test puller turned down his pull, and he came back and pulled 25 feet less than he turned down. He went from having the winning run by 10 feet. I think he finished 7th or 8th or something like that.
And you do that. That's it's a hard decision to make as a test puller. Not only that, your clutch is hot, the engine's hot, and then you're going to bring it back. That's definitely hard on it. On the Pro Farm side, 10,000-pound Pro Farm side, we should be taking a look at Matt Larson out of Baraboo with his John Deere 4450 called the Binder Grinder.
Okay, they're making a change on the sled on the light Superstock side, on the grandstand side. They're going to make a change on it. He went, 376? Is that what you got written down? Yep. Okay, yeah, 376 is test puller. They decided right off the bat we're not gonna run with that. And the reason being, if 376, if that track changed a little bit, we'd have them out past 400 feet, and that's not what we're after. We like to get them back around 320 to 350 if we can. Years ago, pulling track was 300 feet. Now, if somebody pulls 300 feet, they will lighten up the sled and say it's too tight. That's just how pulling has evolved. Hometown puller coming to the line, Matt Larson from right here in Baraboo. And I told everybody on the show, on the Badger State show, we'll see you in Baraboo.
Baraboo, here we are, live in action. The Binder Grinder, going to be the test puller in the 640 Pro Farm class. So 640 cubic inch in this class. They run a stock manifold, intake and exhaust through one turbocharger on board, and it's 3,000 RPM max in this class. They run the 20.8 by 38 tires on the back of them, and they kick out a lot of torque.
That 3,000 RPM that you're talking about, John, that's kind of the big deal in this class where the tractors, the fuel injection pumps are set up not to go over 3,000 RPMs, so the motors are coming on track. Will sound like it's cutting out, but that's by design.
That's by design. They're dragging them things right down to about 1,800 RPM at the end of the runs, too.
He's getting right down to where the clutch might start disengaging a little bit. His RPM's coming down on him.
We'd like to thank HTT Service and Sales, also Scott Zerzo, Double J Power Sports for the sleds, the Sauk County Fair Board for letting us come do this. We can't thank them enough. Since we moved this event here, Stacy, this has just been the best thing ever.
I tell you, John, we used to run this pull over at Sauk under the water tower, and it was a successful event over there, but we outgrew it. This pull has taken on its own, taken on legs, as they say, and it was running, and this pull just got to be such a successful event that we needed a bigger venue, and the Sauk County Fair Board approached Greg Elsing and the guys and said, we'd like you to bring that over to the fairgrounds and let's utilize that a little more.
It works good too. 328.82 for the Binder Grinder. 328.82. He's going to keep that hook. The sled is set and we're underway.
This here going to be John Hale out of Paxton, Illinois, and Alice Chalmers 7050. He calls it the lunchbox. These guys are 4.5 hours from home down in Paxton, Illinois. This was a new tractor they put together last year, I believe, and they came up and played with us a few times, and they're ready to go this year. They've been out a couple of times down south, got some shakedown runs on it, so we're really glad to have them pulling for us up here tonight, and at the Sauk County Fair for our our American Family Children's Hospital benefit pull. They travel 4.5 hours to come up here and donate their run. He had his hands full there. It took a sharp left on him out there at about 75 feet, and it was heading to the sideline. You just know he climbed on the right brake a whole bunch to steer that tractor back inbounds. He didn't get it over to the center of the track, but he kept her in bounds. But boy, that had to affect his distance a little bit. And other than being a wild ride, yeah, it looks like he's got every weight he owns on the front, and that was not enough for the track here tonight. We're going to need a tow off for him. It looks to me like the fire's gone out of her. Yep, we need a tow.
On the Pro Farm side, going to be Carter Schilling out of Darlington, Wisconsin, with his John Deere 4850 tractor called Borrowed Parts.
Yeah, I was looking at this tractor before the poll. He didn't borrow any spray paint for it, that's for sure. I think he's just getting her together. But John Haley with the Alice Chalmers, he was 313.81. 313.81 is the distance. That's going to be the leading distance. And give him a big hand, folks, all the way up from Central Illinois, Paxton, Illinois, to be sure. Nice pull to set the mark here in light superstock.
This is his debut as well.
Yeah, this is the first time he's driving, in fact, too, from what we hear. He didn't quite like the way things are going right there, so he's going to try and back up and do it again. All the competitors get 2 shakes at it. They get to the 100-foot mark. If you wave it off to the flagman for a 100-foot mark, we'll drag you back and give you one more shot. So you get 2 kicks at the can, so to speak, in order to get going.
Don't talk about kicking the can, John. Unfortunately, I live on the other side of the Great Cheese Wall there in Illinois.
Yeah.
And you talk about kicking the can, our politicians down there, they've been kicking the can for a long time. And it's coming home to rule the roost. They're going to lose the Bears. It's funny.
Oh, unbelievable. Well, he's got her back there. They're going to groom the track really quick in order for us to get going again here. Baraboo Bluff ATV helping out with the concession stand. Gasser Construction Track Equipment. Luther Farms for helping out, too.
Super Farm Tractors, get them to the scale. Super Farm Tractors. Mark Eastman would like to see you down at the scale. Super Farms, get them on down.
Well, we got T-shirt launcher this year, sponsored by the Red Cadillac Pulling Team, so a big thank you to them. But big T-shirt launcher we're going to be utilizing, well, with some other things here. So here we go. Pro Farm side, Mr. Schilling, Carter Schilling. Borrowed Parts, his last chance at it. Let's cheer him on.
Yeah, if his tractor's called Borrowed Parts, he might want to return some of them. It doesn't look like she wants to go.
Looked like the water coming on a little too early for him.
I do have a little insight on this one, guys. This tractor got put together all the way up until last night. It's a new setup for Carter Schilling, and they've been working on it all week. And like you said, something with the water, something with the engine timing, the injection pump, something not quite right for him.
Well, he didn't move the sled, so technically he's got one more chance if they decide to drag it back to the staging area and make some adjustments that they think might be able to get the thing to light and go. Sometimes you just kind of say, well, we got to look at this a little more in the shop where we got some tools, but they may have an idea what they're looking for. We got David Runkle backing up to the sled on the limited light super stock side of things. With Earl's Dream, comes out of Kent, Illinois. 686 International Harvester. Right now our leader remains John Haley with the Alice Chalmers that he calls the lunchbox, 313.18 or 81. And Dave Runkle going to give it a shot. Longtime puller on the Badger State Circuit. Looks like your Pro Farm was fired up, John. He's got smoke coming from everywhere but the exhaust pipe now. And his helmet's off, so I think he's going to maybe get one more shot at it. We'll see if he comes back or not. That'll be something to see. Yeah, looking down through the lineup here, I believe 9,500 Limited Pros are going to be up next. We got 7 tractors there. No, that's Light Pro. 7 tractors in there. And Hot Farm, 17 Hot Farms. Woo, doggies. Pro Stocks, we got 8 of them in there. So a lot of iron to come on down the track tonight. All right, looks like we're ready to go with Dave Runkle and Earl's Dream, the 686 International Harvester, trying to chase down 313. Pretty good run for Dave Runkle. Pulls the steering wheel off, sets that off to the side. Gets himself unhitched. Pretty good run. We'll see if that's going to challenge that Alice Chalmers that we got out there. What do you say, 90 hooks? 90 hooks tonight. That's 90 different pulling vehicles on the track. And you figure them pulling tractors, they cost, a couple $1,000 a piece. That's a lot of money.
A little bit of money sitting here. A little bit of money.
Yeah. Hey, John, did you buy any SpaceX stock yesterday when they had the initial public offering, the IPO on that?
I did not. Did you?
I did. Well, I think I probably did indirectly through some of my mutual funds. But they said Elon Musk made enough money yesterday that if he spent $1 million a day for 3,000 years, he would not run out of money.
Boy, that sounds terrible.
That sounds like a good tractor pulling budget to me.
That sounds like a good sponsor. We need to get a hold of him.
People want to have an electric pulling vehicle.
We also want to thank Holtz Farms here with the track equipment, Pam and Rich Steele and family, Turner Farms with track equipment, McFarland Manufacturing, Debbie Transit out of Baraboo, Bloomington Meats too out of Bloomington, Budweiser out of Sun Prairie, Scheid Plumbing out of Baraboo.
Hey, John, you got a pulling tractor, right? Your little mini modified?
Yes.
What's the name of that tractor?
Chicken on a chain.
Chicken on a chain. You know what they call people that take care of chickens? What? Chicken tenders.
Chicken tenders.
I'll be here all night. Thank you very much.
I'm proud of you. That's the cleanest joke I've ever heard you say.
I heard it on the radio, so you knew it had to be good. Yep, chicken tenders. Yeah. Be here all week. Thank you very much. Be sure to tip your waitress.
Yeah. Brad Struder coming out of Waterford with his Ford 8630 Blue Venom. He passed points champion here with Badger State tractor pullers as well. Here running in the 640 Pro Farm class.
Well, on Light Super, we got a new leader, 317.29 for Dave Runkle, 317.29, new man number 1.
Brad Struder hauling it out there with Blue Venom. Man, oh man, I do believe we got a new leader in the Pro Farm class. Got that thing running tip-top right off the bat. $325.62 for the Blue Venom, $325.62. And up next on the Pro Farm side, going to be Jerry Sasha doing the driving of the Industrial Strength out of Pecatonica, Illinois.
Yeah, Jerry Sasha, he's going to be climbing back into the seat of the Industrial Strength tractor. He hasn't driven that in some time. He's got a couple of shekels tied up in it, though, I do believe.
It's just like driving an old bicycle, jumping on and going for a ride.
That'd be a trivia question like the last time.
You have to find out the answer first.
I know. That'd be a good trivia.
Something I found interesting, John, when you guys were down doing your trackside stuff at the beginning of the pull here, I was looking at the stack of tires down here in the infield beside the announcer stand, and they got them stacked 3 tall now. And historically, that's been a play yard for the kids. And I'm thinking, if a kid falls down inside them tires now, we're going to have to get a crane and pick them out of there.
Yeah, they use them, I think, for the demo derbies when they have demo derbies during the fair here. That's what they're notoriously used for. Ah, look at this here tractor, been here a long time. Aaron Kleckler out of Winslow with the double vision Oliver. He's a multiple point champion over the years. The town just south of him got hit by a tornado here a couple months ago. Lena, they got hit pretty good from them pop-up jobs. Nothing up his way in Winslow. He was a ways away from it. Got the sled way over to the right-hand side of the track. He's going to try a little different line. That was a pretty good looking run. He ran the right-hand side of the track. He started off on the right-hand side and pretty much kept it over there all the way. And it was well balanced. He carried the front end. And boy, once the sled got to him, man, it took all the, you could hear the motor pull down a bunch as the track has really taken the horsepower here tonight. Jerry Seisha coming out, industrial strength. John Deere, and this tractor here been a past points champ in the Pro Farm class a few times as well. So, and Jerry, he's shaking dust off the old driving suit and jumping behind the wheel here tonight. That's good to see. Good to see.
Don't forget, if you're here in the stands and you want to see the results, you can go on your phone, go to the website polldaylive.com, and you can see the live results, see the lineups of tonight's event at polldaylive.com. Log into there and you can see the live results from tonight's event.
Industrial strength getting in the mix.
Yeah, that big block Deere really flexing its muscle there, showing its strength. And the Terminator sled transferred everything out. You can hear that thing maybe just keep grunting, man. He really had some torque in her. 640 cubes. There's a lot of torque to be had out of these Pro Farm engines.
328 and change is a leading distance held by Matt Larson. The distance for industrial strength is 326.60. 326.60 for Jerry Seisha. And that'll bring its binder time. Up next out of Westfield, Derek Mike doing the driving. All right, so the paddles, if you bought paddles and you have the 640 Pro Farm class, currently the paddle number, let's see here, paddle number 1 is your leader in the Pro Farm class. So paddle number 1 is in the lead. And if you have the light limited super stock paddles, currently paddle number 3 is in the lead. So we'll make sure we announce that to you here to make sure that we keep you in line on who the winning paddles are.
Oh boy, there's Dave Zenz out of Potosi. with the second entry for the Zenz brothers. That's the Z-Ride machine, the white 125. They've had that tractor a little longer than the other one, and boy, he was on a ride. He got to one wheeling over there, and I think he's heading to the right-hand sideline and got on the brake, maybe a strife too hard, and it really upset the apple cart. She started one wheeling a little bit. He could feel that in the seat, John. You know how that is when we're driving our mini rods. You get to bounce the sachet side to side like that. It might not look like that much from the stands, but in the seat, you can really feel it.
No suspension on the rear, you know, so you're bouncing between the pipes and the roll cage.
Yeah.
It's hard on the old body.
Yeah, and them guys got them big 30.5s on there, and my jury's still out on big tires in a light class like that. Sometimes I think a little narrower tire kind of get down in there a little bit instead of the big one sitting on top and maybe bouncing you around a little bit. He ends up at 306.31, 306.31 for Dave Zenz on the Z-Ride, and he'll be talking about that one for a little while. I'd have my chiropractor on speed dial. See ya Monday at 8:15.
Up next, Derek Mike out of Westfield. It's binder time. Hooking up to the Terminator sled. We also like to thank Pro Pulling League, IHRA, for helping out. Holiday Wholesale and the Pickle Hookers out of Baraboo. Stacking them up like cordwood over here in the Pro Farm side. Derek Mike laying down a good pass.
Yeah, he's pretty local up here anyway. Westfield is where Derek Mike comes from.
The Public Enemy sled on this side set pretty good for the class. We're getting him right out there. And he goes 325.83. 325.83. That's good for third thus far. Your leader's still Matt Larson hanging out there.
Over on the light super stock class so far, Dave Runkle holds down the lead with Earl's Dream. The 686 International out there at 317.72 holds down the number one spot. We got Josh Wackholz backing in now out of Oshkosh with his International Harvester that he calls Just for Fun. And Josh Wackholz will be heading up to his neck of the woods in early August for the Winnebago County Fair. It's always a good time heading up that part of the country. Nice run there for Josh Wackholz with Just for Fun, 766. Going to give Dave Runkle a run for his money. Dave Runkle sitting out there at 317.29. We'll see how this measures up. Oh, he gives him a run for his money, but going to come up a little bit short. 315.20 for Josh Wackholz. 315.20. Dave Runkle holds down the lead. 317. So we got IH's sitting 1 and 2 in light super stock action.
Well, we hope the luck is now going to change for Scooter Scott Burkhart. A couple of flat tires on the way up here to come up here tonight, and I believe he stopped by at another Puller's there to help get it fixed. They got her fixed up. He got here just in the nick of time, but
with the tires on the trailer or the semi-tractor?
Yep,
on the trailer.
Well, both.
Oh, Jesus.
One on each way it sounded.
He covered both ends.
Yeah, covered both ends. The Get Her Done International out of Winnebago, Illinois. Scott Burkhart. This tractor here has been a long, hard stake in this class. Many-time points champion for a long time here.
Yeah, this is his old reliable tractor, the Get Her Done. He's been pulling this for decades, and he's got a 4-1 limited pro tractor that he runs now too. And a couple weeks ago when we were over in Sauk, he was there as Scott was, and I says, "Where's his tractor?" Referring to the 4-1 because we were running the class. He said, "It'd be nice if we get the right pistons for it." He's like, 2 times or 3 times they've got wrong pistons trying to put the motor together, so that gets a little frustrating too.
Get Her Done. Out of Winnebago, Illinois, Scott Burkhart.
Oh, he was pretty proud there, John.
He jumped into the high side of the old gearbox here this evening. I don't think he meant to be that high, but normally that tractor, that thing comes trucking down through here. Tough break altogether for Scott Burkhart.
Yeah, he's not what we typically see out of Scooter. It looks like he was in too big a gear, or maybe he had some other issues we don't know. We can't tell. But he's driving her off the track, so that's always a plus.
Always a plus. Let's give him a round of applause. Scott Burkhart. 262.78, 262.78. And then the next one coming up here, boy, I got a little insight on the next one in this class when he comes up.
Well, I tell you what, Scott Burkhart's 262. You know what that's not going to do? Get her done.
Get her done. Not going to get her done. Who do you got over there? Looking like it causing a little conflict on that side.
Oh, yeah, we got the Werda Wickman camp over there. Gene Werder's doing the driving tonight. The cause and conflict, John Deere. He puts it way over on the right-hand side of the track. The pullers, they can start their pull anywhere they want between the sidelines. It's up to their discretion. Got an old traffic cone down there on the starting line. They slide back and forth, and our sled operator, he'll back up to the cone, and that's where you pick your line. And if you don't move the cone, he'll just go back to the same spot. And Gene Werder, he takes it way over the right-hand side of the track. I don't know what he's seen over there to make him think that that's the way to go. Somebody pulled from over there, and it didn't yield great results. I'm surprised a little bit. Jean come out of that pretty good. She got a little of that side sachet going on too, where she starts wallering back and forth. They call it duck walking when it gets really good, where they really start walking side to side on the tires. He got a little of that going on, but he had a good balance run, had the front end in the air. I don't think that side of the track hurt him a bit. .305.23, 305.23 for Gene Werda.
Up next on the 640 Pro Farm side, a new driver, so to speak, out here with a new tractor, and it's not really a new driver, Brian Korth. And for those pulling fans that have heard that name over the years, he's probably the most winningest light super stock winner of the Grand National Circuit. I mean, he's won a lot of pulls over the years in the alcohol division. He's out of Princeton, Wisconsin. It's his 1466, and he's naming the tractor Recovering Alcoholic. And the alcohol thing is he's a grease burner now. He's been running alcohol tractors for so long that he finally went to the diesel side. He put one run on it last weekend to get himself just a little bit of comfort in the seat, and that's what he said, getting comfortable.
Is this a brand new tractor then also?
Not all new. He got it from somebody here, and they've put some of their touches in on it.
Okay,
so
I could just wonder, because a lot of tractors get recycled. If you don't know where they came from, you don't know the history.
Work in progress. So here we go. Let's watch Brian Korth.
I wonder who he gets to cut his tires, John.
Well, I can only imagine, yeah. His brother, Mark does a lot of the cutting, K3 Tire. So Yeah, Mark Korth, he's been on his brother's tires forever.
Yeah, the Korths, they've been around pulling for a long, long time. I remember when they came out with a light super stock tractor with alcohol. Boy, that was a long time ago. That's the down and dirty tractor that went down to Leroy Mason. He made famous on TV there. And then they started piloting Blackburn's tractor, Chiswick's tractors for the Blackburn camp. A lot of stuff going on.
Well, they had their own too. They had a heavy super too, a horse with no name for a while.
That's right. I forgot that.
Yeah,
I can't
horse
forget
with
that
no
one.
name.
That was after their light super that they sold Leroy Mason down south.
Yeah, 307.65 for Brian Korth, 307.65. And your leader is still Matt Larson sitting out there, 328 and change. So you have the number one paddle for Pro Farm. You are the leader so far.
How much do they sell them paddles for, John?
$20 a piece.
So they get the whole pot or half of it?
Half of it. So, for instance, 10 entries here in the Pro Farm, $20 a piece. The old Stoughton math goes $200.
I was going to say.
So $100 goes to the winner, and $100 goes to UW Children's Hospital. And if you wish, and it's happened before, if you want to donate all the proceeds to UW Children's Hospital, we'll thank you and welcome that as is.
I was wondering, John, if that Stoughton High School math was any different than the Platteville High School math.
A little bit, yeah. But your sixth toe helps out a lot, when you really get into a crunch.
Yeah, you got to know your timeses and goes-indus.
Right there, yeah.
That's like Jethro, he graduated to the highest in his class.
Yeah, in 8th grade.
By a good 2 feet.
By a good 2 feet, yeah.
There's Keith Durst on a Richland center. Alice Challenger's 200. He calls it a Little Mule. And that was a brand new tractor with us last year, I do believe. And he had to put it on a big diet when he got it. It was heavy. Was that last year or the year before? Year before, yeah. And he bought that out of Kentucky, and first time he pulled it was over in Sauk, and stood it right up on the wheelie bars. He had no movable weight whatsoever. And his wife told him, if you're going to pull that tractor, you got to get that thing lightened up so he can put some weight on the front. And it went on a big diet after that. And he got her back out last year, and glad to see him coming with us here tonight. 299.53 for Keith Durst. 299.53.
Up next on the 640 Pro Farm side, going to be Virgil Rip out of Dane with his John Deere 6030, scratching by, they call it. And the Rips, boy, they've been pulling a 60-30 for as long as I can remember. His dad, Virgil, they still got the more farm version, I guess, of that they run around with, and this is kind of a twin to that one.
Yeah, Virgil Rip, he was a legend in farm stock pulling with a 60-30 if I remember right.
80 some years old, and he took a ride on her last year.
All right, John, I'm gonna ask you the question that all the fans are asking. What's all that water falling out of the front of these tractors as they come bouncing down towards the end of their run?
Well, some of them got intercoolers on them, and they got a little cooler tank in there, and a little bounce to the ounce there. Sometimes they'll kick some of that water out of there, but they keep that intake side air a lot cooler going into the motor.
So that's the water for the intercooler. It's ice water.
Pretty much, yeah.
That the air charge goes through. So it's an air to water intercooler. The air going to the intake goes through that radiator. The intercooler cools the intake air charge down before it goes into the motor.
Yep, it makes more horsepower. Helps them make more horsepower that way.
And that's just water slopping around in that tank, bouncing around. They must not have a real good weather strip seal on it, I'm guessing.
And these guys got to kind of watch that too, because there is a rule. If you put too much water on the track, the flagman can disqualify you.
Yeah, and it's usually looked the other way, but last year it got a little excessive to a couple guys, and they got dinged on it, and that didn't go over real well.
They'll usually give you a little warning, and then after that, you kind of got to get the program tightened up a little bit. 321.97 for scratching by Virgil Rip. Kelly Bryant, with his case of cruising confusion, her case, I should say, she'll be up next on the Pro Farm side. Now we're going to take a look at Mark Widdenbach out of Sauk City, his New Holland T6070, and he's been a many-time points champ in this class as well.
Oh boy, Mark Wittenbach having some trouble out there. He's going to come up way short from what he would want. Now, I know 2 weeks ago when we were over in Sauk, I was talking to Mark, and he was waiting for his new turbocharger to show up. I'm kind of thinking he didn't get it yet.
Pro Farm side should be the Cruising Confusion of Kelly Bryant, and here she comes. She's bringing it out here.
Mark Wittenbach goes 268.96. 268.96. We got just a few tractors to go in this class, John. I think we're going to turn the announcement over to our attorneys of Clark & Clark.
Clark & Clark, yep. And they're with Dewey, Cheatham & Howe and Associates, so they're well tuned. Well, they're the associates.
That's our accounting firm, Dewey, Cheatham & Howe.
Oh, yeah.
So these guys are attorneys, Clark & Clark?
Yeah, Clark
Okay.
& Clark, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, not related, but they're associates of ours anyway.
I didn't know Christopher was an attorney.
Well, he's always negotiating, so he'd be good at it. And Daryl, he's kind of a yes man to that program. Yep, nope, yep, nope. So it depends on what it is.
Yep.
Well,
yep.
He just said yep.
No doubt about it.
No doubt about that. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
and I've been down here in the crowd looking at those paddles. I've been seeing the ladies in the white shirts going around selling the paddles. And make sure if you're in the crowd, you get in on the paddles. Get your number and watch that number. And that's the driver in the pulling order that you have your bet on. So that's what I've been up to, guys. I've been watching them paddles going around, seeing who's getting the paddles, seeing who's getting what number. And a lot of fun we're going to have here tonight with the paddle auction.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Kelly Bryant, she's seen that tractor starting to take a definite attitude towards the left-hand side. She pulled the throttle back. Down at Freeport last year, I believe, at the Stevenson County Fair, was her second or third time ever driving the tractor, and she knocked the front wheel off the darn thing.
Oh. She did back out for 100-foot mark, so we may take her back. It could be kind of tight. She's going to have to try and steer that thing back that far. That's going to be kind of tricky.
Yeah, her dad, David Bryant, used to campaign the tractor, and he had a little medical issue last year, so Kelly jumped in the seat. She was pressed into service to drive the tractor, and she done a fine job with it. I watched her at Freeport last year. She did have a wild ride and knocked the front wheel off the thing, and she said, I don't want to do that anymore. She shut this one down before 100 feet, so she's going to get one more crack at it, and this will be the one that goes in the books. And over on the light super stock side, the Mickelson boys, Carl Mickelson backing in with the hard target, Ford 6000. He'll be the last one to go here in light super stock action.
Okay, reminder there, pullers. We gotta get our tractors out of the outshoot there. When you're done pulling, you gotta get it way out of the way so we can get other competitors through.
First run of the year for the Hard Target Ford 6000. That's a Commander Ford 6000. Classic old sheet metal on that thing.
That's his second tractor. The first one never made it to the track.
Oh, is that the one that was burned down?
Yeah,
in
he
the
had a shop fire there, burnt right to the ground in the shop. It was almost done, too.
I remember hearing that story. That'd be enough to make you want to do something else.
Yeah.
Burn the shop down, burn the tractor down.
Yep, and then rebuilt both.
Yeah.
So started over and went different sheet metal this time.
We got the owl.
All right, we got Steve Zenz coming back because they changed the sled on the light super stock class. So Steve Zenz will be coming back. And right now, our leader remains doing a quick rundown here. It looks like Earl Stream's still leading this thing. Oh, that's right. We got new updated computer technology here. I just got a new phone. And I can't even figure that out. But Dave Runkle's still our leader out at 317. He laid that down with the second hook of the class. And I'm sure Dave Runkle's standing around close by with his eye on things.
That's right, Stacy. New technology. You fans in the stands can stay up to date on the results and the lineups. The website is Poll Day Live, PULLDAYLIVE.com. Poll Tractor Pullers lineups for each event, the live results, and you can hit, you got to log in, and then you go to tonight's event, and then you hit the little button that says dual, and that'll put both tracks up on your screen, and you can see the distances, the top three, who's yet to come in the class. You can get that all on your phone at polldaylive.com.
All right, Kelly Bryant gets pulled back for her second and final attempt. Looks like they're moving a weight around on the tractor. She just didn't like the way that thing was heading to the left-hand side of the track. You can see the footprint of everything as they drug it back. Definitely was dragging her to the left early in the run, so she went ahead and bailed out on it. And they were making some adjustments, moving a weight around on it. Craig Mickelson with the Ford Hard Target was 302.36, 302.36 for Carl Mickelson. The Ford Commander 6000. Dave Runkle holds the lead with one tractor to go. And the one to go is a good runner, boy, Steve Zenz out of Potosi. He's a past point champion.
While you're here tonight, if you're sitting on the pit side, we have two of our great sponsors here with us. Hot Shot Secrets and Hologenics are both on the pit side. Stop and say hi to those folks if you see them out here. Kyle Fisher is up here from Ohio, and the crew with Hot Shots Secret. Of course, they're title sponsor of the Champions Tour on the Pro Pulling League, and we're glad to have them stopping in here at Baraboo on the pit side. And you can get a free bottle of diesel fuel treatment that treats 100 gallons of diesel fuel over on the pit side. If you got a way to come on over here, send somebody over and get your free bottle of diesel fuel treatment that treats 100 gallons of diesel fuel, all free here tonight, and talk about their other great products, talk about the folks and see what they have to offer. And then also the Hot Shot Secrets available at Fair Valley Performance just down the road in Sauk City.
All right, Kelly Bryant getting ready to go for her second and final attempt at it over here on the infield side with the case. This is a true case, too, not a repower. Cruising Confusion, they call the tractor. All right, ladies, let's get behind Kelly here. Let's get her down here. She got one last crack at it.
I think we might have a new leader. Oh, boy.
That big old case, it really was lugging. And it looked to me, John, like she rubbed that right brake about 50, 75 foot down there, because I think just to get that thing straightened out early in the run, and boy, it took a set and away she went.
She had to go by 328 and change. She goes 331.47. New leader in the class. Kelly Bryant showing the boys how it's done. So if you have paddle number 9, you're in the lead.
Well, she's got to be pretty happy with that. That was a good, stout pass. We're back on light super stock. Last tractor to go. Going to be Steve Lenz out of Potosi with the Oliver, 1855. Dave Runkles held the lead since the second hook of the class with Earl's Dream. He's out there at 317.72. Boy, he's got a good one that's going to try to pick his pocket here tonight. Steve Zenz out of Potosi. I don't know. He come over to the left-hand side, got quite a bit close to the left-hand side, about mid-track. Maybe had to rub the brake a little bit.
Also, we got T-shirts for sale. Pulling for you. The T-shirts being sold on the grandstand side at the beer garden, and all the proceeds of that go to the UW Children's Hospital too. Some good children's artwork on the front of them. So make sure you get your shirts.
Well, he had to beat 317.29, the distance for Steve Zenz. 314.96. Your winner's going to be Dave Runkle. Congratulations, Dave. He stood down there and watched the whole class. He's smiling pretty good. We'll get you the complete and final rundown here on Light Superstock. Actually, we used to have to sort them all out, but now it's instantaneous, like anything else nowadays. Instant gratification. Dave Runkle takes the win, 317.29. Second place goes to Josh Wackholtz with Just for Fun, and third place goes to Steve Zenz, our last man down the track. John Haley is going to finish in fourth, coming all the way up from Paxton, Illinois, with the Alice Chalmers. So that's a good mix. International Harvester and Oliver and Alice Chalmers, all in the top 4. And then we go to fifth place is the Oliver Double Vision of Aaron Kleckler. And then the Z-Ride tractor, that's going to be the other Zenz tractor. That's Dave Zenz. That is 6th. 7th place goes to Gene Werder on Causing Conflict. Carl Mickelson with the Hard Target finishes in 8th. And the Little Mule of Keith Durst out of Richland Center finishes 9th. And Mark Wettenbach having troubles out here, 10th place tonight.
Right to the fire went out. That was Stuart Hamill out of Elders, Wisconsin, with his John Deere 6030. Every once in a while, that tractor's called.
I've never seen him pull before. Have you, John?
I have not, no.
Yeah, he's one of the tractors that comes down from NEW Motorsports up in northeast Wisconsin.
Well,
join us.
Glad to have him on board with us here tonight.
Yeah, he come down to jump in on some of the fun with the pulling for hope.
So the winner of the paddle for Light Limiteds. The winner of the paddle, tractor number 3. So if you had number 3 paddle for the Light Limited Super Stocks, you are the winner.
And how much do they win them with your good math?
There's 10 in there, so that'd be $100 and $100 donated to UW Children's Hospital.
$100 on your $20 investment.
That's right.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. So the winner going to be Kelly Bryant and the Cruisin' Confusion in the 640 Pro Farm, and that's number 9 for the paint stick. So as we go down the lineup, second place going to the binder grinder of Matt Larson out of Baraboo. Third place going to be Industrial Strength Jerry Sasha. Fourth place, it's binder time, going to be Derek Mike. Fifth place going to Blue Venom. It's going to be Brad Struder. Sixth going to be every once in a while Stuart Hamill. 7th, going to be scratching by Virgil Rip. And then we got Recovering Alcoholic in 8th, which is Brian Korth. 9th, going to be Scott Burkhart, Get Her Done. And number 10, Borrowed Parts, going to be Carter Schilling. Had a little rough start to the season. But congrats to those that are running that class. So Kelly Bryant, the winner in paddle number 9.
Nice job, Kelly. Hey, we're going to turn the announcement over to our attorneys of Clark & Clark and Associates, and they'll call the next class for us, John.
They're the associates, and Daryl said yep earlier, so.
Have a good one. Thanks.
Glad to have all four announcers up here. Of course, John and Stacy starting the show off. My name's Christopher Clark. I got Daryl Clark up here as well, and me and Daryl worked together over the years on a few things. And Daryl, you can probably count on two hands on the Badger State tractor pulls that you've been involved in here, and you've started to come on board on the announcing crew the last couple of years, and it's been a lot of fun to have you around.
Well, needless to say, I've had association with the club, but my in-depth association, especially working with the announcing crew here. And I'll tell you what, the Badger State truck and tractor pullers are very, very blessed to have a trio of announcers that they do to handle their shows throughout the summer in Stacy Butson and John Strandley and Christopher Clark. And I'm just honored to be able to help out when I can, Christopher. So
yeah, we're glad to have you here tonight. Let's get right into the action here as we see the light pro stock class coming over to the grandstand side. 8,500 pounds, 24.5 cut rear tires on the back. P7100 injection pumps, a big old 5+ inch turbocharger, 540 cubic inch engines, and these things turn a ton of RPM, upwards of 6,000 RPM on the track, especially coming out of the hole, and they turn monster horsepower as well, over 3,000 horse out of these engines here. Test puller going to get things started with Colin Burkholtz out of Wilton, Wisconsin. International 1456. This was his dad's tractor originally. Doug Burkholtz has pulled this tractor for many years, started on blacktop all the way up to a light pro stock. Going to kick it off here tonight, Colin Burkholtz. Out the door, light pros, put your hands together.
I'm on number 2 with mine.
What a pass. Colin Burkholtz comes soaring down through there. Running that, drifting over to the right-hand side of the track. Look at this distance. 3:54 and 64. 3:54 and 6:38 is the number. Our first puller of the class, light pro stocks. We got 7 of them here tonight, and this class is stacked top to bottom. Yeah, we give word trackside, Colin Burkholtz. He's going to keep that hook, and sled is set. We're underway in the light pros. 3:54 will be the mark to beat.
Well, a lot of pulling action here tonight at the Sauk County Fairgrounds. They're pulling for Hope Show, but the light pros, Christopher, that seems to be kind of the new class of interest, and it's really a growing class and a lot of action. If you're talking 3,000 horsepower on top of an 8,500-pound tractor, that is just an action-packed class. And tonight we have 7 very, very tough-running tractors here.
Yeah, and if you follow the light pro stocks, the Badger State tractor pullers here in this class, allowing the component tractors and the egg rear end and egg chassis tractors. So egg rear end and component tractors are here in the light pros. Mitchell Klinkner, hey, how are you doing, sir? Good to see you. A lot of great folks out here in the crowd. Hill Outdoors Pulling Nation is here taking videos too. How you doing, sir? You doing well? Good. I'm glad. We got a lot of folks taking pictures and videos here tonight as well. All the social media people are here. And if you're taking pictures and videos, hashtag Pulling for Hope on social media, hashtag Badger State Tractor Pullers, or BSTP is where you can send your hashtags to, as the 9,300-pound Super Farm tractor class will be the infield next class.
Yeah, 10 Super Farm tractors here tonight, Christopher. Starting out with Jay Smith back coming from Utica, the Bleeding Green Super Farm, 9,300 pounds, 24.5 drive tires, 3x3 Charger under the hood, turning out somewhere around 17, maybe upwards of 1,800 horsepower. A very, very popular class. We've got some tractors here tonight that have been pulling in other circuits, but glad to have them here tonight to enjoy the Pulling for Hope UW Children's Hospital benefit pull.
That's what's cool about this event here, Darrell, is we get pullers and they come from across the country that travel in for this weekend here in Baraboo. We're going to see them throughout the night. On the light pro side, Alan Cook with Black Thunder will be the next tractor to come out on the track. I'd like to thank our great sponsors here this year. Pioneer Badger Bluff Egg Services, Middleton Machining, Premier Insurance Solutions, with Matt Bladflex and Craig Ladwig, Prairie Performance, Schultz Interstate Egg, Fair Valley Performance, Fayetteville Farms, Hartung Brothers, K&K JD Specialties, Central Egg Supply, Wollersheim Winery, Smith Custom Farming, Lawns Unlimited, Boulder Bluff, Pulling Tractor Models, HTT Service and Sales, and Scott Zerzo. Thank you to our fine sponsors here tonight.
And we're ready to go on the Super Farm side as Jay Smith back gets the green light. We're ready to go with a Public Enemy, bringing him to a stop on his test pull here.
Or it could just stay in.
Bleeding Green Super Farm, driven by Jay Smith, back from Utica, Wisconsin. Good, clean run. We'll wait for the distance and see what the decision is from trackside. Make sure that the sled is set, and if he decides to keep that distance. Badger State Pullers will be in Utica later in the season this year. BSTP Online, you can find their complete summer's schedule.
Thank you.
Haven't heard yet. Yes, we are good.
The distance for Jay Smith back 3:12 and 8:4. 3:12 and 8:4. That is an official distance. Jay is keeping that distance, and we're going pulling in the Super Farm class. So on the grandstand side, Christopher.
On the grandstand side, it's Alan Cook out of Wilton, Wisconsin. His tractor called Black Thunder starts to bring up the RPM. All 6,000 RPM about to come to life. How about it, Baraboo? Put your hands together! He takes left of center, and he gets the red flag at the end as he cruises on past there. And I tell you what.
Well, it was going to be hard to make a left-hand turn with the Terminator, too. That was quite a run. You could hear those double-cut tires just a-buzzing coming out of the hole.
Yeah, he puts the power to the ground right there with Black Thunder. Alan Cook, Wilton, Wisconsin, 375 and 4.3. 375 and 4.3. Two tractors back-to-back out of Wilton, Wisconsin. No relation to them, just a lot of pulling that comes out of the Tomah, Wisconsin area. Colin Burkholz and Alan Cook, both families from the other side, each side of town, and they've been at this for a long, long time, both of them, and a great run for Alan Cook and Black Thunder.
You went past him before he went right.
Yeah, because I don't think he thought he was going to.
On the Super Farm side, coming from Heartland, Wisconsin, just outside of Milwaukee, Jeff Griswold in the case that he calls the Viagra King. Viagra King tractor running many years with the Badger State Pullers. The distance put down by Jay Smith back to start out the class, 6:12 and change. Viagra King's wheels hooked, and the front end came up at about 100 feet, but it settled back down. Nice, good run for Jeff Griswold. Heartland, Wisconsin. Wait for the official distance from Jeff, looking to beat 3:12 and change. Official distance for Mr. Griswold is 3:09 and 9.5. 3:09 and 9.5. Put him in the number 2 spot at the moment. Get the beautiful replay on the video screen at the finishing end of the track. And we're off and running with our third tractor on the Light Pro side.
Yeah, the Light Pro side. Ron Ament out of Farley, Iowa comes to the starting line now. And Ron Ament on the full tour with the Badger State Tractor Pullers here in the 2026 season here in the Light Pro stock class. Like I mentioned earlier, this class here allowing the components here for this season. So we have a mixture of component, new tractors, plus the regulars, the egg style chassis and rear end here in the Light Pro stock class. Calcutta auction out here on the track. That's coming up here shortly. And a big thank you to all the 2025 Calcutta auction bidders, where last year we raised just over $61,000 in the Calcutta auction. Hey, we can't wait to do the Calcutta auction again here this year. That's coming up here tonight. Also, the paddles are going around for the class. Each class here has a paddle that goes around. A number on the paddle that indicates the driver in the order is the number on your pallet. So you got pallet number 1. That's the first driver in the class.
This guy, they couldn't get it off the line. He's going to come back at the end of Silver Farm for Tuscaloosa.
So Ron Ament, Farley, Iowa. Just passing through is the name of the tractor, a Case IH MX Series hood. Boy, the fire goes out for Ron Ament there as he gets nearing the 300-foot mark on the track. We're just passing through MX 170 out of Farley, Iowa.
Seemed like he had a good run going there down about the 200-foot mark. Then it started laboring really hard and got underneath the Charger, and that was just about it for Ron. On the Super Farm side, coming up next, we have American Chaos, Trent Powell from Cuba City. John Deere 30 Series, taking the ride down the track. 3:12 and 84 will be the distance to beat on the Super Farm side.
I'd like to thank our great sponsors, Double J Power Sports, Sauk County Fairboard, Baraboo Bluff ATVs running the concession stand, Gasser Construction with the track equipment. Also with the track equipment, Luther Farms and Holtz Farms, Turner Farms, McFarland's, all the great track supporters. We thank you to those folks here tonight. So I do believe Trent Powell and Keith Powell, I think, are the two owners of the tractor here on this American Chaos, American Chaos, which the tractor has origins back out in California, stays in Cuba City during the summertime.
The American Chaos, Trent Powell, calls Cuba City home actually comes from Escalon, California. We'll see him back later tonight with the Ranch Hand Pro Stock truck as well. Good clean run. Looks like he maybe came up just a little bit short on the pit side. Wait for the official distance. 3:12 and 84 was the mark to beat. 3:11 and 6:3 for Trent Powell. 3:11 and 6:3 for Trent and the American Chaos John Deere. That's the third of 10 Super Farm tractors.
Over on the light pro stock, Steph Famoville out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin. About ready to drop the hook into her tractor called About Time. The International 1066. And Steph Famoville, of course, the famous Monroe Greene County Fall Nationals experience last fall, where she had a lot of carnage out there on the track. And it took them a better part of the winter to put this tractor back together with a fresh bullet underneath the hood for 2026. The RPM starts to come up. The white smoke comes on, doesn't clear out. She pulls back out of it. Corey, her husband, the crew chief, takes a look in the front grille to make sure everything looks okay from the front. Make sure the guillotine's open. Here we go, Steph Famoville, About Time, ready to build some RPM. Take a little peek under the side shield just to see what they can see from the outside for Corey Famoville. A few things happen when you see the white smoke like that, Daryl. Sometimes you think the timing of the fuel getting sprayed in the engine might not be exactly how they want it. Something might have changed on them. Sometimes the water might be giving them some trouble.
Might be coming out a little early, the water may be.
One thing I did learn about the water here, Daryl, sometimes these tractors have up to 14 different water injection nozzles.
And we're going to give it a try again.
And they're going to wind it up and see if she can move the sled here. And yeah, we suspect that water injection starting to upset the ratio between air, fuel, and water right away. And a lot of times the water is activated by boost pressure, and the sensitivity of your boost pressure valve to the water coming on may be out of whack. And that might be what we're seeing here for Steph Famoville and About Time. And there's and pull-off tractor needed down at the starting line on the light pro stock side. Pull-off tractor to the light pro side.
And on the Super Farm side, on the pit side, Corey Fritz from Boscobel, Wisconsin, the Twisted Deer. Corey and his brother Casey have been campaigning the Twisted Deer in the Super Farm class for several years. Past Badger State Points class winner. In the recent few years, been running the Champions Tour, the PPL Tour. And now that Pro Polling League and International Hot Rod Association are together this year, the Twisted Deer last weekend was in West Salem, Ohio, the first stop of the Fent High Stakes Series. But here in Baraboo tonight, oh, John Deere fans, there you go. Twisted Deer, Corey Fritz from Boscobel, Wisconsin. That's right up there. That could be your new leader. We will see here shortly when the distance comes through. Very, very stacked pack of 10 Super Farm tractors tonight. 3:12 and 84 was the mark to beat. Corey Fritz from Boscobel. Official distance 3:25 and 89. There is your new leader. And Steph Famaville on the light pro side, Christopher. Let's give Steph a hard luck round of applause. The helmet's off, folks. Let's show our appreciation for Steph. Rough night, didn't work out the way she wanted it to.
Our next live pro going to be Josh Ninneman, Franklin, Wisconsin on the D21. We'd like to thank the great cookers of Baraboo. Car Valley Cheese of Sauk Prairie has the cheese in the concession stands. Cook's Countryside Trucking of Sauk Prairie has cheese in the concession stands tonight as well. Also, thank you to Cheyenne Farms of Baraboo, Shad Plumbing, Budweiser, Bloomington Meats 2, Debbie Transit, McFarland Manufacturing, and Turner Farms.
And Christopher, Josh Ninneman's on the light pro side, on the grandstand side from Franklin, Wisconsin. Alice Chalmers fans, here you go.
A nice A to B pass at the Alice Chalmers D21, the tractor that came out last summer, a new one out of the Cartwright stables. And Josh Ninneman, their great mechanic out here is Josh Ninneman out of Franklin, Wisconsin.
Yes. 325.780.
325 and 7.8 is the mark for Josh. 325 and 7.8 for the Alice Chalmers D21 here in the light pro stock class. 375 is the leading mark. Alan Cook on Black Thunder. 354. Colin Burkholtz currently sits number 2. Josh Ninneman now number 3 at 325, and Ron Ament at 321 with 2 tractors left to go. Kyle Paulson will be up next, and last in the class will be Chris Lear from Reedstown, Wisconsin, with the Lear Dairies new light pro stock out here in action tonight.
It'll be Janine.
And on the Super Farm side tonight, our first Minneapolis Moline tractor to take to the track here this evening, Dan Castenson from Union Grove. His Minneapolis that he calls Gold Rush. He'll be chasing after the Fritzes and the Twisted Deer, and its mark of 325 and 89.
Now I got word, Dale, that they were working on this tractor feverishly last night. About midnight, they got the rear end put back together. They had a hometown pull that they had to help with last night as well, too. The Castenson family has been busy. Let's see if it pays off for them here tonight on Gold Rush.
I don't know how you
Boy, he put that right down there, but he was up on the wheelie bars a couple times there early in the pass. But Dan Castenson, kind of a wild ride there for a few feet, but it settled down. And 325 and change put down by the Corey Fritz and the Twisted Deer John Deere. And we're going to wait to see what the official distance for Dan Castenson is. And 325.89 was the mark to beat Dan Castenson, and the Gold Rush Minneapolis 321 and 6-1, 321 and 6-1. Put him in the number 2 spot unofficially, as we're just halfway through the class of 9,300-pound Super Farm tractors.
They give you a paddle update in the Super Farm class. That's going to be paddle number 4 is the current leading paddle. And on the light pro stock side, it's paddle number 2. Paddle number 2 on the light pro stock side is the current leading paddle. Our tractor out there right now on the track defending points champion from 2025, is out on the track now, Kyle Paulson, and he made a statement run in Sauk City at the season opener as he laid down a beautiful pass in Sauk just a couple weeks ago out of Columbus, Wisconsin, in the John Deere called Deer Addiction. A father-son pulling team. Al drove in Sauk, and now it is Kyle's turn to take the wheel for the first time in the 2026 season. Down at the National Farm Machinery Show last February, last year's points champion on the starting line. John Deere people, are you with me? Boy, he had the front wheels up perfect and a great hole shot. And starts to lose momentum as the Double J Power Sports sled of Josh Jacobs puts the weight on the Deer Addiction. And that shows you how Alan Cook had a perfect pass out here earlier tonight at 375. Alan Cook just had a perfect effort earlier. Comes in at 3:42 and 76. 3:42 and 76 for Kyle Paulson from Columbus, Wisconsin. It is John Deere, the Deer Addiction. Chris Lear will be our final competitor to come out here in the 8,500-pound light pro stock class. Our next class to come to the grandstand side will be the 9,500-pound hot farm tractor class. Will be the next one.
On the Super Farm side, Josh Stoop, Montello, Wisconsin, John Deere. He calls Poltergeist. Longtime puller with the Badger State Pullers. 325 and change, the mark to beat on the Super Farm side. Powering through to the end hard for Josh Stuke from Montello. Poltergeist, and once again 325 and 89 put down by Corey Fritz and the Twisted Deer. That's the mark to beat. Second in the class at the moment, unofficially, Dan Castenson in the Minneapolis. He called Gold Rush, 321 and 6. The official mark for Josh Stuke and the Poltergeist John Deere, 316 and 07. 316 and 07. And John Deere Green coming to the light pro side, Christopher.
Yeah, John Deere drives off. Josh will check his tire prints in the dirt to check his air pressure before he drives off. And good to see Josh in the Super Farm. Josh is a die-hard pulling person, no doubt about that. And on the light pro stock side, the grandstand track, Chris Lear in the Darien Deere Light Pro Edition comes out to the track for us. As we take a look in the pit area, we see some of the pro stock tractors out there starting to warm up. The next class on the grandstand side will be the hot farm tractors, and on the pit side will be the pro stock diesel trucks. Those are the next classes coming up our way. As we take Colin Lear will drive up, climb up on the step and talk to his dad, Chris Lear, dairy farm family outside of Viroqua in Reedstown, Wisconsin. The two tractors in action here tonight, a father-son pulling team. Two sons in the action. Chris Lear, the old man, up in the seat of Darien Deere Light Pro stock, a new component big block Light Pro that come out last fall.
Yeah,
First full season.
They debuted it at their home county fair, Christopher, last September, the Berlin County Fair.
Last September it came out. There you go, John Deere You betcha. Boy, I don't know if he is in the vicinity of Alan Cook, as Alan Cook had a run of his lifetime out here tonight, but he is going to be hard charging for second place.
Well, Alan Cook got stopped somewhere just outside of Sauk City with his run earlier, so 3:75 and 4:3 for Alan Cook. That's a big number. So
yeah. That's a mark to beat there, and the distance comes in for Darian Deer, 3:52 and 35. 3:52 and 35 for Chris Lear. That'll slide him up to the number 3 position, just behind Colin Burkhaltz. And Steph Amelville comes down to the bottom, and I don't believe that is going to be. Yeah, well, she is back in the chutes. She is back in the chutes, Daryl.
Well, hopefully they were able to make some adjustments in the pits. And
yeah, after her first attempt, she had a second attempt and just wound it up, never moved the sled.
Never moved the sled, that's correct.
Officially have one more attempt at it for Steph Amelville.
So in the class of 10 Super Farms, they have 4 tractors left, and taking to the track next from New Glarus, Wisconsin, Mike Jelly, behind the wheel of the internationally called Son of a Hitch. Mike Jelly, and once again, 3:25 and changed. The mark to beat in the Super Farm class put down by Corey Fritz in the Twisted Deer. Boy, he had a good run going. He had all the weight out front. He just barely tickled those tires right off the surface of the track. And then the fire went out. He came up just a little bit short, I believe. He couldn't power through at the end. Just a little bit short on the power for Mike Jelly from New Glarus. 3:21 and 5.7. 3:21 and 5.7. That'll slide him into the number 3 spot, just behind Dan Castenson's 3:21 and 6.1. Obviously 3:25 and 8.9 by the Twisted Deer. Those are your unofficial top 3. Now you could also go on polldaylive.com and tap on, once you get yourself registered, and tap on the Badger State Pullers emblem, and you can work your way through that website and find real-time results and distances of all these classes and the lineups of the upcoming classes yet tonight.
The results of the light pro stock class here. Give you the rundown. Steph Amelville will finish number 7, not able to make it back. Just passing through. Ron Ament will finish number 6. The Alice D21, Josh Ninneman driving, will finish number 5. Kyle Paulson on Deer Addiction finishes number 4. And then Chris Lear with the Darian Deer will finish number 3 at 3:52 and 3. Colin Burkhaltz on the IH 1456 finishes number 2 at 3:54 and 6. And then Alan Cook and Black Thunder 3:75 to get the win here tonight in the light pro stock side. And that is paddle number 2. That is paddle number 2 in the light pro. So if you look at your panel, you got Light Pro number 2. You need to come up to the announcer stand to collect your payout. The payout for all the paddles here tonight will happen up at the announcer stand. And the Calcutta auction yet to come up. And last year's bidders in the auction where they bid on the tractor to see if that tractor would win. Last year's bidder, we had Chris Feller, Avery Masing-Elsing, and Brandon Sprecher from Base Ag, Tim Deppie, Dennis and Jenny Fry from Fair Valley Performance, John Hartung, Ben Hagen, Marshall Well Drilling, Bradley Farms, Mike Gerlach, Scott Zerzo, and Al Skimp. Those were some of the bidders from last year out here. So if you want to join the bidding, look for that after our next 2 classes. Here we're going to Calcutta off the pro stock tractors.
John Deere 5020 coming from Shannon, Illinois is next on the Super Farm side. Michael Baker calls his John Deere 5020 the Fat Bottom Girl. And once again, if you're talking distances and winning paddles for the Super Farm class, currently if you hold Super Farm paddle number 4 for the Twisted Deer, you are currently winning, but there's 3 tough running Super Farms left. 3:25 and 89, the mark to beat. Michael Baker, Shannon, Illinois.
And look, we don't have very many track.
High RPMs coming right out of the hole for Michael Baker. Good clean run. 50-20 John Deere calls the Fat Bottom Girl coming from Shannon, Illinois. 3:25 and change the mark to beat. The official mark for Michael Baker, 3:1:8 and 8. 3:18.80 for Michael Baker. Not enough to get into the top 3. 2 tractors remaining. And on the grandstand side, Christopher, starting out our next class on the grandstand side.
That's right. That next class is the Hot Farm Tractors, 466 cubic inch engines. They weigh 9,500 pounds, 20.8 cut tires, P-pumps, 3-inch turbochargers. And our test puller is going to be Darren Vandy Zandy out of Waupun, Wisconsin, 1466 International. And take a look at the color of this one. Awesome looking ride coming our way. Daryl, not sure what you call that one. Kind of a reddish black pearl, kind of like a black cherry colored 1466 International.
From this angle right now, it looks like a silhouette, Christopher. But yes, it's a very unique color, really pretty if you catch it just right in the sun. But a good clean run. Our biggest class of the night that you're starting out on the grandstand side.
That's right, 17 entries in the Hot Farm class here tonight at Pulling for Hope in Baraboo. So glad all of you in the stands have joined us here tonight to see the great pulling action, and glad we're all gathered together for a great cause. We get word trackside that Darren Vandy Zandy out of Waupun, Wisconsin has kept that hook of 310 and 1-3. 310 and 1-3. Sled is set, and we are off and going.
Two tractors remaining on the Super Farm side. Justin Johnson from Cottage Grove. The all cranked up 7240 International. It's the first of 2 remaining Super Farms. For those of you that have maybe just joined us in the last few minutes, the opening ceremonies tonight, we were talking about the history of the relationship of the Badger State Tractor Pullers and the UW Children's Hospital. And Christopher, last year, the Badger State Tractor Pullers reached a milestone, which they seemed like 13 years ago. It was only a distant dream, but they exceeded the $1 million mark cumulative donation for over 13 years of work, and last year $165,000 that was raised by Badger State Tractor Pullers for UW Children's Hospital. Justin Johnson brings the all cranked up International 8940, brings it hard to the pit side. He saw some real estate he thought was interesting within about 3 feet of the chalk line down here. A good legal run. He is right out there, 325 and 89, the distance to beat. And the official distance coming up for Justin Johnson. 334.80. There is your new leader. The all cranked up pits, they saw something on the left side of the track down here. He brought that tractor to the pit side, and he was able to power through. So if you have paddle number 9 in the Super Farm class, you just took over the lead. And what a good run in the all cranked up international, Christopher.
No doubt about it. And one tractor to go, Dale. I think, what are the odds that this last tractor tries to do the same exact thing right there?
I don't think I've ever seen that happen before.
Over on the Hot Farm side, Brandon Bodenstein comes to us from Highland, Wisconsin. His international 1466 called the Casual Encounter. Out here tonight just looking for a hookup. Brandon Bodenstein Enterprises. He'll take his tractor over to the left side of the track as well, like we just seen in the Super Farm side. In the 1466 International. I don't know if it's going to be the distance that it's going to take to surpass the number 1 spot. Awfully close for Brandon Bodenstein. 309.42 is the mark. 309.42. 310 and 1-3 is the leading mark. Craig Whitaker will be our next tractor in Hot Farm, followed by Dominic Holgraver, Rich Suter, a rookie out here with the Badger State Tractor Pullers this year. Tony Sheen and Mike Paulson are the next few tractors to come here in Hot Farm. Stacy joining us back up here in the tower. Stacy, what are you seeing out there in the pits tonight?
Oh, just a lot of guys trying new stuff. You know, this is the first hook for a lot of the classes. We ran about half of them over in Sauk a couple of weeks ago. But talking to one guy, he's just trying a new set of tires. He wants to get them broken. Just little stuff like that. There's a lot of that going on. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Just like you said, it's early in the year. There's a lot of points to be gained here early on in the season to help these guys get to and gals to their points championships run. Again, all the classes here tonight are earning points for the points championship run. And Mitch Berg is out here on the starting line now out of Argyle, Wisconsin. The Disorderly Deer, John Deere Super Farm.
Well, Mitch Berg, he tried to bring that tractor. I watched those front wheels. When they came down, he had them turned to the left just a tad. He wanted to bring it closer to the tower side, but Mitch Berg from Argyle and the Disorderly Deer, the last Super Farm tractor in the class, 334 and 8. Mark coming through here shortly. And we'll get the final results of the Super Farm class. 3-2-3 and 3-3 for Mitch Berg, 323 and 33 for Mitch Berg. So we'll get the official results here shortly, and I believe you have, if you have Super Farm paddle number 9, you will be the winner, and we'll get that official information here shortly.
Craig Whitaker will get the green flag out of Monroe, Wisconsin. New Holland T7-210 on the starting line. True Blue is what it's called, and all the power it could muster underneath the hood at the end of the track. As it gets underneath the turbocharger, under the power, going to come up a bit short here tonight.
And the official results from this just completed Super Farm class on the pit side. 10 tractors in the class. Number 10 in the class, Jeff Griswold, the Viagra King, 309 and 95. Number 9, American Chaos. American Chaos, driven by Trent Powell, originally from Escalon, California, calls Cuba City, Wisconsin home, a distance of 3:11 and 6:3. Number 8 in the class, the John Deere they call Bleeding Green. He was the first puller in the class. Jay Smith back from Utica, Wisconsin, 3:12 and 84 for the number 8 spot. Number 7, the Poltergeist John Deere. Josh Stuck from Montello, 3:16 and 07.
Farm is over with. This is
Number 6, your Fat Bottom Girl John Deere, Michael Baker, Shannon, Illinois. John Deere 5020, 3:18 and 8. And your top 5, number 5 from New Glarus, Wisconsin, the Son of a Hitch, Mike Jelly, the International, 3:21 and 5:7. And number 4 in the class, the Gold Rush, Minneapolis, Dan Castenson from Union Grove, 3:21 and 6:1. And your top 3, number 3, the Disorderly Deer, Mitch Berg from Argyle, Wisconsin, 3:23 and 33. And your runner-up in the class, Corey Fritz driving the Twisted Deer from Boscobel, Wisconsin, 3:25 and 89. And taking the win, Justin Johnson from Cottage Grove, the all-cranked-up International, 3:34 and 8. Congratulations.
Good job, buddy. Oh, shoot, what's his name? There, that sounds much better for you.
Hey, better run that time.
That was coming back from the Pro Farm class from earlier. Carter Schilling from Darlington just couldn't get the fire lit earlier. Went back to the pits. Apparently did some work underneath the hood. Made some adjustments. Wanted to make a test pass here to make sure that he made some adjustments in the right way, and I think he made an adjustment in the right way, Christopher.
Yeah, and good for that young man there. I don't know if he's 281 is the mark, 281 and 6, and I don't know if he's hardly 20 years old. I don't think Carter Schilling's not barely 20 years old, younger than that, and he's a real ambitious young man out there on the farm and out here with his pulling vehicles as well. So he's probably had 5 or 6 different pulling tractors already in his lifetime, and now stepping up to the big leagues.
Yeah, that's got to feel good for him too. You know, that's pretty frustrating when he couldn't get off the line in his scheduled class, and to come back and make a full-on pass like that, that makes you feel a little better when you head out to the next ball that you're onto something, and that'll make you just feel better on the way home too.
Absolutely, and Stacy, the helmet is off, and I'll tell you what, in front of a big crowd, Carter Schilling, congratulations. Hey, let's give Carter Schilling a big round of applause. They made some adjustments in the pits, some encouragement. He'll be back. We'll hear more about him in the rest of the season.
Hey, pretty young fella. I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet, but yeah, he's on the shy side of 40. I can tell you that.
Green flag about to come out for Dominic Holgraver, Bellevue, Iowa. Mama's Money Reloaded International. Oh, hey fans, international people, put it together. The 1466 comes out of Iowa, the only hot farm tractor that we've had from the state of Iowa here running the point circuit with the Badger State Pullers. And he is the past points champion as well. He had a stout season last year. An excellent effort all year last year, consistent throughout, and taking the points championship back to Iowa. Out here 3:14 and 8, new leader early on in the hot farm class. And when you're the 4th tractor out of 17, Stacy, and you take the lead, you really cross your fingers, and all you can do is see what happens.
Yeah, well, you want to take it back to the trailer and not watch the rest of them is what you want to do, but you can't because you got to watch them, and then you chew your fingernails down to the second knuckle watching them all make a run at you. We're going to go on the infield side here, Pro Stock Diesel Trucks. Our first puller. We got a dozen of them entered up here tonight. Going to be a dandy class. Greg Strandley out of Stoughton is going to be our first puller. This is a brand new truck for 2026, a Ford F-350. Super Duty, and it's got a Cummins motor under the hood. And this is a brand new truck. 2 weeks ago, over in Sauk was the very first run for it, and he exploded the turbo in spectacular fashion at about the 270-foot mark. And there's video of it floating around on the internet. Where can we see that, Ryan? Badger State YouTube page. So if you know about a computer, Badger State YouTube page, they got video of him blowing the turbocharger on his truck 2 weeks ago, and it was one of the better blow-ups I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of turbos blow up over my years. So I had a chance to just stick my head in the cab down there, and I said, "You got it all fixed?" He goes, "It's all together." He didn't say anything about being fixed, but he did tell me it destroyed the intercooler. That when the turbocharger came apart, it did destroy the intercooler, so he had to put a new intercooler on it, new turbo, and pick all the shrapnel out of it. So this is going to be the second pull on a brand new truck. The first one was showing good promise. It was running really good and hooked up. So let's take a look at what he's got for us here tonight. Greg Strandley calls the truck Out of Patience from Stoughton.
How about that? Truck fans, are you here tonight? Let them hear ya.
Boy, got a little hopping at the end of the run, but boy, the motor sounded good. Good power. Looks like he was shaking the intercooler pretty good, and it splashed a lot of water out of it. But that's no big deal as long as they don't throw the red flag on him for excessive water. But he is bouncing pretty good at the end of the run. I'm sure he felt every bit of that.
The Super Farm side, Rich Suter is going to come out to us from Stoughton, Wisconsin, International 1466. He calls it Overfield.
Over on our Pro Stock diesel four-wheel drive trucks, Greg Strandley, he takes his new Ford out to 306.08, 306.08 for Greg Strandley. And the sled is set. He keeps the pull. We are officially underway. Pro Stock diesel trucks.
Rich Suter going to tighten the chain for the very first time with the Badger State tractor pullers. His rookie season, he had an altered farm. He was the points champion last season in the altered farm class, and he moved this tractor up to hot farm for this year.
Same tractor?
Same tractor, and it's called Overfield. And if Overfield rings a bell, this tractor actually used to belong to Eric Vesbach back in the day as well. And it went out to Iowa, and then Rich Suter acquired it, and he's here with the Badger State tractor pullers with it for this season.
Yeah, you almost need to put one of them air tags on some of these tractors as much as they travel around and get change hands, for crying out loud.
Yeah, that's right. No doubt about it. Here we go. Rich Suter, his maiden voyage in the hot farm class with the Badger State tractor pullers.
Well, Christopher, now you said he ran that tractor as an altered farm tractor with a different association, obviously, because the Badger State don't run altered farm. What's the difference between the altered farm tractors and the hot farms of the Badger State?
Yeah, so he ran in the altered farm with Southwest Pullers that I'm the president of there, so I got to see him in altered farm, and that was a 3,000 RPM limited class with a limited smaller turbocharger. Otherwise, it was pretty much the same setup as this, but now he's got open RPMs and a big turbocharger, and not quite the run he wanted out here tonight, but I think he was a little timid on it, Stacy, because he made a test pass about a month ago where he grenaded the turbocharger on the finish line. He had about a 330-foot perfect pass, and the turbocharger exploded on him at the end of the run, and he had to scramble to get a new one.
And going from altered farm to hot farm, he replaced the two most expensive parts on a pulling tractor, which is the injection pump and the turbocharger.
Yeah, not only did he go full send, a new injection pump, injectors, turbos, lines, engine cam, converting to open RPM, new roll cage, new set of tires. The only thing the same is the paint. And blew up the turbo on the first run, and come out, I imagine, a little bit nervous tonight.
Yeah, I'd be a little balky. All right, diesel four-wheel drive trucks. Cole Faber out of Lamoille, Illinois, with a Chevrolet he calls the Rumor. And I'm sorry, Duramax fans, this baby's been repowered. It's got a Cummins in it.
Hold on to this.
Yeah, the Cummins engine is like the small block Chevy of dirt track racing on Saturday night. It's got all the development and all the parts behind it, and sometimes we got a couple guys running Duramaxes yet, and the guys that do it, they run really stout, but boy, it takes a lot more effort to make one of them babies run. He ran a Duramax up until a few years ago before he switched over to the Cummins. Nice looking pass for the Chevrolet. That's Cole Faber out of Lamoille, Illinois. And I think he might take over the lead. Greg Stranley's out there at 306.08, but I think this may be a new standard for us here in pro stock diesel trucks. And boy, it is by pretty near 20 feet, 325.47. 325.47 for Cole Faber. He takes over the lead by 19 feet. That's making a statement.
Rich Suter out there, his distance was 274.2. And one other thing I noticed, Rich Suter, he has a doggy daycare. That's his business at home. So you hear of interesting businesses that these pullers have, and that's an interesting one right there. He has a doggy daycare near Stoughton, where he has a lot of dogs that they daycare during the day, I've heard.
Boy, you talk about going to the dogs, that'd be it, right there. Yeah. Or what if you're in the doghouse?
Oh, I'm sure he is after that run. Tony Sheen and the Swiss Miss Hot Farm. That's the Swiss Miss. If you missed it, out of Fox Lake, Wisconsin, Tony Sheen, a 966 black stripe, and that was a new tractor that come out to us last summer. It's at some point late last summer. It it showed up on the scene, and out here now, running the tour with the Badger State Tractor Pullers. The Swiss Miss is the name of the tractor out of Fox Lake. 305.72 is the mark. 305.72. Taking a look at the leaderboard in the Hot Farm Tractor class. It is the first puller of the night. Darren Van de Zandy from Waupun is 310, leading it. Brandon Bodenstein at 309 is number 3. Darren is sitting number 2 at 310, and your leader, 314, is Dominic. You know, you never would screw up the top 3, Stacy, if you just log on to PullDayLive.com and see the results coming at you live. Yeah. You know, we may miss one once in a while, but you always get the best information if you log into your phone. Do you have a phone, Stacy? Do you know how to use one of them things?
I got a phone, and I changed phone providers here this last week because I used to have U.S. Cellular. Well, they got bought out by T-Mobile, and they just lumped us all together, and I got transferred over to T-Mobile, and their coverage frankly sucked. They were dropping my calls. I got kicked off the internet show 3 times a couple of weeks ago on the Badger State Live show, and I promptly went down and signed up with Verizon the next day, and the guy says, well, you need a new phone. I said, I like this phone. It works good. He goes, that phone's so old, there's no technology to support it anymore. That thing goes down, you're in trouble. We got a brand new phone. It's an $820 phone. We'll give it to you. And I was like, okay. You know,
what's the catch?
He probably could have sold me a used car while he was at it. But anyway, so I got the new phone. He goes, it'll work just like your old one. You know what? It doesn't.
It don't?
No, it doesn't.
Big surprise. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's troublesome when your cell reception is as spotty as your love life. It really hurts.
Here's Ryan Diedolf out of Janesville, Rock Diesel. I believe he was our winner a couple of weeks ago over in Sauk with a pretty convincing pass, a beautiful looking GM truck. Oh, nice pull. He gets a little hopsies at the end of her, but boy, not till he's got a big distance out of it. And Christopher, you run around looking at these diesel four-wheel drive trucks. I'm surprised how many of them have a truck frame underneath them yet. Granted, it's been braced and trussed up, and they can do whatever they want with it, but a lot of them still have a basic truck frame underneath them.
Yeah, they do start with the frame, and of course, some of them have somewhat of an interior in the cab, but not very many anymore. If you ever get a chance to look at these trucks, especially some of these newer builds out here, it's these things are works of art, no doubt about it. And take a look at that, Stacy. We got a number on the board here.
Yeah, 339.73. 339.73, and that's going to put him on top of the heap. And he goes up by, 14 feet. 14 feet. They're picking them up and putting them down. Something that's also going to happen here is the sun's going to set. As we go through this truck class, the diesel four-wheel drive trucks, the sun is going to set on us, and that'll kind of change the track a little bit because the track's got a lot of moisture in it. They've done a tremendous job of building this track. I know Pat Hack, he's kind of our track builder extraordinaire for the Badger State Tractor Pullers, but he's got a lot of help out here this last couple days getting this track in shape for, what did we say, 90 hooks tonight?
Our next hook is going to be Mike Paulson out of DeForest, Wisconsin, the Diamond Deer. Diamond Deer with an excellent run. How about a John Deere, people? That is going to be close to the 314-foot leading distance. And like you said, I'm pushing 90 vehicles out here tonight, Stacy, on two tracks. Boy, you can't think of any better place to be on a Saturday night.
Yeah, just think, if you only paid $1 per vehicle to watch, that'd cost you $90. I think you got in a lot cheaper than that.
I would say so. 314. Dominic Holgraver, Mama's Money Reloaded, and the Paulson family on the Diamond Deer 324 and for new leader.
She got a call.
Boy, 324 and 40 for Mike Paulson. Diamond Deer takes over the lead. Our next tractor will be Mike Lufberg, followed by Ashley McDonald, Ben Hayen, and Eric Wittenkamp. Our next few tractors here in the Hot Farm class on the grandstand track. The paddles going around there for the rest of the classes here this evening as well. Get in there. The Hot Farm paddle number 7 is the current leading paddle. Hot Farm paddle number 7.
Well, the Diamond Deer, Mike Paulson just went down through there. You don't think life happens. It happens all the time. Mike's wife, Tracy, she was up here helping out with the bookkeeping duties, for lack of a better term. She had to take off. She got a phone call. Her middle son was out on a fishing expedition, and they just are taking him to the emergency room to remove a fish hook from his hand right now. So Tracy had to bail out and go take care of the kids and get a fish hook taken out of his hand while Dad pulls the tractor.
That's an ouch moment right there. Ouch.
If I went fishing, that's all I'd catch, that or a boot. I'm not very good at it. I don't have patience for it for whatever reason. This here's going to be Ben Abbey out of Freeport. Calls this truck indecisive, and I'm sure of that.
Yeah, if you know Ben Abbey, a longtime Duramax fan. He loved the Duramax, loved the Chevrolet.
Yeah, he ran the Charismatic Killer truck for a while.
Yeah, now in a Cummins inline 6 under the hood.
Yeah, this is the old trophy buck truck. Am I right on that, Christopher?
That is right. This is it right here. He now calls it indecisive out of Freeport, Illinois. Ben Abbey.
All right, Ben Abbey powering down. That's a new truck to him this year. That's the old trophy buck truck from years past, 324.00, 324.00. That puts him in third. Corey Clemens will be coming up next with the truck he calls the therapy session.
Go back by mom and dad. Back by mom and dad.
Mike Lupo out of Milton, Wisconsin. Green flag's going to come out for him. The tractor's called Just Feeling Around. He's going to try and follow the same tracks as Mike Paulson. Our new leader, 324.4, our new mark to beat. Oh, Stacy, another one right down in there. The hot farm class, as we're about mid-class, the sun's starting to set on us and things are really heating up here in the class.
Yeah, this is going to be one of them deals where if you got a late number and the track changes just a smidgen, you're going to be sitting pretty good. Yeah, the sun's setting behind the grandstand. The track's pretty well shaded for the most part now, so that moisture that's in the track's going to start working its way up to the surface a little bit. And sometimes they grease over a little bit and the track actually kind of goes away just a little. But sometimes that moisture will be just enough to give the track a little extra bite. It changes a little bit, but you just don't know which way it's going to go. And the order of the class, you never know if your class is going to run as the sun sets. It's large classes, it'll generally happen during your class.
He puts a number out there that does get him into the top three, 317 and 9.3 is the mark, 317 and 9.3 for Mike Lupo. Just feeling around.
Looks like we're going to have our next puller is going to be Corey Clemens out of Dane, and he's got a Dodge. Pretty good name. That's $200 an hour, I think, isn't it?
I would say so. It's a creative one right there. We'd like to thank our great sponsors here tonight: Pioneer Seed, Badger Bluff Ag Services, Middleton Machining, Premier Insurance Solutions, Craig Leidwig and Matt Bance of Prairie Performance, Schultz Intrastate Ag, Fair Valley Performance, Fayetteville Farms, Hartung Brothers, K&K JD Specialties, Pro Pulling League, Central Ag Supply, Wollersheim Winery, Smith Custom Farming, Lawns Unlimited, Boulder Bluff, Pulling Tractor Models, HTT Service and Sales, and Scott Zerzo.
They're on the barrels across.
Here we go. This is going to be Corey Clemens from Dane. Dodgy calls therapy session. Man, those Pro Stock Diesel four-wheel drive trucks, they are packing them in tight up here on the big end. Some nice runs coming out of the Pro Stock Diesel trucks here tonight. Well, he hauls the sled out to 325.31. 325.31. Our leader remains Ryan Debhoff. Martin Diedolf, I'm sorry. At 339, he's way out there. He's got 14 feet on second place, so he's looking like the class of the field thus far. Cole Faber sits in second, and the therapy session just pulled into third. Corey Clemens just got into third place with that run. Sean Pooler will be coming up next on the truck side of things with his truck he calls Endgame.
Over on the Hop Farm side, Ashley McDonald, Darlington, Wisconsin. Case IH Puma Hot Farm called Still Broke. A unique name on that one. The name kind of ties together with some history of another fellow puller, some history of the 4-1 Limit Pro Stock of her dad that we'll see out here later. A unique thing on this one too, Stacy, is she got to take some pretty unique senior pictures with this tractor as well.
Yeah, she debuted this tractor last year at the Carroll County Fair, I do believe, and she pulled very, very well with it. She was voted Rookie of the Year on the Badger State Tractor Puller Circuit last year, and her dad Tony's been pulling for a long time in the 4-1 class, and they had this tractor sitting in the shed, and it just took a little bit of time to get it together. I think she's 17 years old now, and made her debut last year. Does a pretty good job of it. She grew up with it, that's for sure.
How about it, Baraboo? What do you think? Is it enough? Give her a hand.
She's got her legs stretched out on the
Distance, Ashley McDonald. They're stacking them in there. 3:17 and 34. That puts her number three in the current standings. 3:17 and 34 for Ashley McDonald. Mike Looper at 3:17 and 9.3. And your leader Mike Paulson, 3:24 and 4 with a Diamond Deer.
She's about as tall as her mom.
And Ashley McDonald, also the Badger State Tractor Pullers, a PPL Scholarship Award winner at the banquet as well. This last winner, the PPL Badger State Scholarship Award winner, the Rookie of the Year, and now out here on her first full campaigning points tour in the Hot Farm class out of Darlington. She currently sits number 3.
Here comes the end game. This here's going to be Sean Pooler out of Johnson's Creek. A Chevrolet. It's Sean Pooler. He's the nephew of Larry and Lori Wolf, longtime pullers on the Badger State Circuit with the Wolfgang Warrior Super Farm from years past. I just started getting a case of the hops, and he pulled the throttle back, let the truck settle down. But boy, the public enemy sled had already had the load on him, and he was not able to recover from that.
Yeah, that's too bad. Probably 400 or 500 RPM too low. It just couldn't recover. If he would have just been, 500 RPM more when he pulled it back, maybe he would have had a chance.
Yeah, and the good thing is, by pulling that throttle back when it started hopping like that, if he had stayed with it, it probably would have broke something in the drive line. So I mean, that saved him a few bucks, and he didn't break something. But they started hopping like that. Generally, it stress tests everything in the drive line. You find your next weakest link. He comes out of it 231.50. 231.50. Our next Pro Stock diesel truck will be Jared Ripp with the Farmer's Nightmare.
And over on the Hot Farm side, Ben Hand, Milledgeville, Illinois. The Dozing Through 66 Series International will be on the way. If you stop on over and visit the food stands on both sides of the track. The beer is here and cold. Got the Busch Light apple out here. There's twisted teas. There's whatever you would want to have. There's ice cream here tonight as well. Popcorn.
Ooh, where's the ice cream at, Christopher?
There's no ice cream stand up here in the announcer stand. I do know that.
There's an ice cream stand here? Oh, Ross is telling me it's on the other side?
Yeah, over on the grandstand side. Get your ice cream over there. The great folks from Sassy Cow Creamery have their ice cream over here.
Yeah, sassy.
They're starting to stack these hot farms right in there from 317 to 320. They are stacking them in there, no doubt about it. A special thank you to our track crew from McFarland's, Turner Farms, Holtz Farms, Luther Farms, Gasser Construction, all helping us out, and all the great volunteers out here in the track equipment as well.
Steve, you're supposed to tell people it's not to sit on the blocks, right?
The distance comes in here for Ben Hayen. 3:18 and 6.6. 3:18 and 6.6. That'll put him number two in the class. Behind Mike Paulson at 3:24. Shaking up the top three here in the hot farm class. Just over halfway through our 17 tractor field.
See those old folks do tricks?
Yeah, you can. Just takes long.
Oh, yeah, I know. Especially when I got CRS, coming in. You know what that is, right?
No.
Can't remember shit.
No, I am that too. But then sometimes I always myself.
Well, I remember the stupidest insignificant facts, but I can't remember the fucking names and stuff.
Sometimes I'll be having a good day.
This here going to be Jared Farmer's Nightmare Dodge. We're a little over halfway through our Pro Stock diesel four-wheel drive trucks. Now, Jared Rip, that thing sounded a little different. He sounded a little more growly or angrily or something. I just sounded a little bit different.
It did, so he's had a little more grunt to it or something. Just had that low end power coming through.
Do you think it sounded different, Christopher?
Yeah, I think so. I think you could feel that low end torque, that low end horsepower really growling out of the exhaust pipe.
I think he's got a new exhaust pipe on there. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe he's got a new Canuter valve. I don't know.
A new Canuter valve, indeed.
He goes 327.65, 327.65 for Jared Rip. That's going to put him in second place. Nice run, but gosh, he's 12 feet behind the Rock diesel truck of Ryan Diedolf. And we're a little over halfway through the class of our Pro Stock diesel trucks.
He likes it at that rate, I guess, in the top three.
Usually he brings half the town of Dane with him. I don't know if they're here tonight. All you Dane fans, people from Dane, are you here tonight? Oh, there they are. I see you guys. Oh, the old hometown boy did pretty good tonight, didn't he? I remember I seen you guys all 2 weeks ago over in Sauk, and I remember I asked you, who's watching the whole town of Dane's here?
On the hot farm side, Eric Wettencap comes down from Manitowoc, Wisconsin, 1466 International Black Stripe with his silver roll cage that he has up on this one. The Steel Bull is the name. Eric Wettencamp. 324 is the mark to beat. The distance going to come in here for Eric Wittenkamp. He's far over on the right side, but I'm going to introduce our special guest up here to the announcer stand. I got Lindsay up here from Hot Shot Secrets. And Lindsay, what do you think of this Baraboo event here up in Wisconsin? I know you guys come out of Ohio, but you've been to Wisconsin before. What do you think of tonight's event?
We are having an absolute blast. All of the passion and the energy in the crowd is so exciting. It's our first time up in Baraboo, and we love the city and are super excited to be here.
That's awesome. As we get the distance come in for the Steel Bowl, Eric went 3:10 and 76. Now, Hot Shot Secret and the crew here supporting truck and tractor pulling in a big way with the Pro Pulling League and the Badger State Tractor Pullers. And you guys have a couple tents up here. You got some products on display. Talk about what you guys are doing here tonight.
We are super excited to be the official fuel of the Pro Pooling Series. We also have a 30% off discount at the booth, so if you want to check out our products or if you're already a fan, now's a good time to stock up. And everyone who visits the booth gets a free sample of our Everyday Diesel treatment.
That's awesome. A free sample bottle of the Everyday Diesel treatment, which treats, from what I know, 100 gallons of diesel fuel. Also, you talked about the fuel. A lot of competitors tonight are running Hot Shot Secret Fuel. The new fuel out on the market. It's been developed for a long time. People are really liking it.
That's awesome to hear. The Adrenaline R100 has definitely been making a splash.
Now, if you want to find out more about Hot Shot Secrets, where do the folks got to go?
You can find us on social media or on our website, hotshotsecret.com.
And hey, Lindsay, where are you going to be at next?
We are going to be all over the place. You can find out in Toma, Wisconsin.
Awesome. Hey, can't wait to see you there.
Over on the Pro Stock Diesel four-wheel drive trucks, we got Trent Van Huysen from Stockton, Illinois. He calls this truck Migraine. I think he's still Duramax powered too. You can listen to him wind it up. It takes a little bit longer. So you Duramax fans, this one's for you. Yeah, the old Duramax. It sounds a little bit different than all the Cummins out there blasting down the track. And he usually winds it up a little slower now, but he kind of got with the program pretty quick tonight.
The great folks from Hologenics are on board here as well, as they're on board in a major way at the Badger State Tractor Pullers this season. And Hot Shot Secrets, stop by if you get a chance to see them tonight. 30% off all their products here. The show special here tonight, and a free bottle of treatment for diesel fuel that treats 100 gallons. And of course, Hot Shot Secrets fuel available locally at the great folks at Fair Valley Performance down in Sauk City, Wisconsin. The Calcutta auction is not far away, as we're going to go down trackside with the Pro Stocks. That's going to come at the conclusion of these two classes. Steve Althouse is out here with his John Deere out of Illinois, John Deere 4450. He's going to tighten the chain, and like as we're saying, Stacy, we got the Calcutta auction coming up after these two classes, and we got the new kids waiting for the kids to get involved as well, as they get to clink some coins together to make some noise for a little to help them get involved in the fundraising efforts as well. Squeezing out all the horsepower out of the John Deere 4450. Steve Althouse.
That's the way. That's good.
Subler, Illinois.
I got to make an appointment. Yeah, there you go. Trent Van Huysen with the Migraine Chevrolet Duramax powered went 311.67, 311 and 67 for Trent Van Huysen.
big thank you to the folks that helped make this event possible. Badger Bluff Ag Services, Middleton Machining, Premier Insurance Solutions, Prairie Performance, Schultz Interstate Ag, Fair Valley Performance, Fayetteville Farms, and Hartung Brothers.
Over here on the Pro Stock Diesel Trucks, this here's going to be Joe Wiltsey from Maple Park, Illinois. Ford that he calls relentless, and they were relentless in pursuit of power out of a Power Stroke diesel engine. They were one of the last holdouts, and he made a Power Stroke run about as good as anybody I've ever seen, and he stuck with it for quite a while. But finally, he had to relent, and he relented and put a Cummins in it, and because they pushed the Power Stroke as far as it could go, and he wanted to keep pulling. He knew that was not going to be the long-term answer, so he switched over and repowered it with a Cummins, and I've been doing pretty good ever since.
On the hot farm side, Warren Loofborough from Milton, Wisconsin will be the next tractor, still fueling around. Be followed by Sean Struder, Lee Ruff, Adam Adrian, and Lane Meyer will be the last tractor in the class.
Oh, relentless. Joe Wiltsey, he's relentless on the throttle. He takes it way out of here. I think that's going to be our new leader by my eyeballs.
Well, he's got the live stream camera turned around on that run.
Yeah, you can see his taillights, not his headlights. My goodness, he had to go to the other side of 339. Nobody's been out there that far in quite a while. But this has got to be it. This has got to be it. He had to go to the other side of 339 to beat out the Rock diesel truck. How about it, Ford fans? 346.34. That's going to be your new leader. And that's convincingly 346.34 for Joe Wiltsey. That's a pretty stout run. Boy, nice and smooth. That thing didn't bounce a bit. He was hooked up. Hooked up like a tow truck. Look at the replay on our big screen. That was a nice looking pass.
Speaking on the replay, you can see the live stream as well on the Badger State Tractor Pullers YouTube page all season long. The Badger State Tractor Pullers events will be up live stream on the YouTube page, Facebook as well. So catch the action. If you know somebody not here, let them know. Head over to our YouTube page and check out the live stream here of tonight's event, Pulling for Hope. As Warren Looper will build a boost, bring up the RPM on still fueling around. Boy, if you notice on the pit side, his tires were locked into the track. They were almost at a 1-to-1 ratio with the track, and they break loose right at the end for the Puma 210.
Help over here on the Pro Stock Diesel Trucks. We got our good old buddy John Stranley coming out to the track. He's driving his brother Greg's truck. This is Old Reliable. This is the out-of-hand truck. And John, he's born and raised on pulling. He's got a mini modified that he runs called Chicken on a Chain, and him and his son Ross, they got a couple of Cub Cadets they garden tractor pull with. And John's been a long time announcer for the Badger State Tractor Pullers, and he's a host of the Monday night show, Down and Dirty with Badger State. So he's thoroughly immersed in operations here with the Badger State Tractor Pullers. His son Ross is running around here, been under our feet half the night. Oh, there's Ross. He's over there being good. He's watching. He said Dad's going to do good. This is his brother Greg's Old Reliable truck. He's got a 12-valve Cummins in it. John getting to drive it here tonight. John's brother Greg with that new Ford. He wanted to concentrate on that tonight after he had to fix everything on it. So Greg drove that one to a pretty good run. This is the second time John's ever driven this truck. He drove it at Utica a couple of years ago.
3:07 and 69, the distance for Warren Loopboro, 3:07 and 69. Now all eyes on the track. John Strandley out of hand.
Al, nice job of driving for John. There's nothing he could do any different. That was a good run. Just need more power. I think that's about it. He made a good run, didn't bounce at all. It's right down the middle. It's about as good a run as you can ask out of it. You know, you'll be seeing John out here trackside in just a little bit. He's going to be kind of mastering our Calcutta auction down there. And we got a professional auctioneer for our Calcutta auction, so you won't have to listen to me do it. Thank goodness for you guys. That if you're interested in the Calcutta, we're going to ask you guys to get down trackside if you're a serious bidder, because it goes pretty fast and furious. We got 8 tractors in the Pro Stock class that we're going to sell off. That's coming up pretty soon here. John Strandley goes 325.16. 325 and 16. That's going to put him in 6th place thus far.
The Blue Viper out of Waterford, Wisconsin. This is Sean Struder on his Ford. At the end for the 8630 Ford. Right at the end as he started to pull back the throttle, pops the turbocharger. Chucks the charger, Stacy, on that one.
Yeah, it's just right at the end, it seems, when they launch sometimes.
But boy, look at that. I'm going to be looking for the distance here as he is down in the mix as well. He was on a good run there. Impressive for Sean Schroeder out of Waterford, Wisconsin. 8630 Ford. The Blue Viper here in the hot farm class. And
you just hate to see that, because turbochargers aren't cheap. I mean, to just get one shipped to you is $300.
Yeah, it's not.
That's if it doesn't have the exhaust housing on it.
Yeah, no kidding. Sean Struder, 3:14 and 06. 3:14 and 06. Not quite up there. Paddle holders for the hot farm class. Your current leader is paddle number 7. Paddle number 7 for the hot farm class. That is the current leading paddle. And in the diesel truck class, the Pro Stock diesel trucks, it is paddle number 9. The paddle number 9 in the Pro Stock diesel truck class is the paddle leader so far. The paddle leader as the fan favorite, Thicker Than Blood, is out on the track now. Thank you to our sponsors here tonight for this event, Pulling for Hope. These folks come together. K&K JD Specialties, Central Egg Supply, Wollersheim Winery, Smith Custom Farming, Lawns Unlimited of Black Earth, Boulder Bluff LLC of Baraboo, Pulling Tractor Models of Ripon, HTT Service and Sales, and Scott Zerzo. Josh Stahl, Sandwich, Illinois. The truck's called Thicker Than Blood.
Yeah, there's Josh Stahl out of Sandwich, Illinois, with his Dodge he calls Thicker Than Blood. And the Stahl boys, they are kind of gurus in the Cummins engine building department for this diesel four-wheel drive truck, guys. And they could make a living building pulling for diesel trucks, but they want to pull too, and they know how the time commitments for both. So they built a few for the guys, but they aren't in mass production. 331.98 for Josh Stahl. 331.98. We got one truck to go.
3 tractors to go over on the tractor side. Lee Ruff out of Darlington, Wisconsin will be the next one onto the track. He'll be followed by Adam Adrian and Lane Meyer. Those are the next 3 tractors to go to round out the hot farm class.
One truck left.
And 1 truck left to go. This will be the first appearance on the Badger State Tour for this truck, and this driver in the cab of this truck, he had a shakedown test pass last Saturday at a local event to get some seat time.
He was at
So yeah, Stacy no, he was at Sauk, but he was also making a shakedown pass last weekend as well to get some more data on the ranch hand as well. Lee Ruff, Darlington, Wisconsin. Fair warning, getting backed up. Case IH MX Series. 3:24 and 40 is the mark to beat. Mike Paulson in the Diamond Deer, current leader in the hot farm class. It's paddle number 7 as well. Well, the MX 170 is right down in there. I can't judge them anymore, Stace. You can't judge them when they're all within 3 to 5 feet of each other.
Christopher, wait till get to be my age. You can't see and you can't hear him either. You know, you just gotta go by what somebody tells you.
The fair warning, Lee Ruff at 3:15 and 09, 3:15 and 09. And that'll put him number 5. He will crack the top 5 here so far. That'll put him number 5. Ashley McDonald sits number 4. The Loughborough sit number 3. And Ben Hand number 2 so far. And Mike Paulson is in that current lead spot.
Our next truck coming up here on Pro Stock Diesel side of things. This is Trent Powell. He comes out of California. And the Powells here, they're an interesting bunch. Trent's the grandson. I think he said he's 19. He's the grandson, and then his dad has the Super Farm tractor that Josh Blackburn drove earlier, and then Grandpa, or vice versa, I'm not exactly sure, but we got all 3 generations of the Powells out of California, and they got a Pro Stock tractor they're going to debut later on tonight for the first time that they acquired, and all 3 pulling vehicles are going to stay in the Midwest for the summer, and them guys are going to jump on the airplane and ride back and forth and pull them as much as they can. All the vehicles, the truck and the Super Farm and the Pro Stock tractor, they all sit down in Blackburn's shop in Cuba City down there. So they're getting the best TLC. And anyway, this truck came out of Pennsylvania, and he pulled it for the first time a couple of weeks ago over in Sauk. Ran pretty good. A little bouncy at the end of her. Yeah, he's got that custom 10-foot bed on the back of that truck too. When you order a truck like that, you got to check the box for the optional 10-foot bed, and that's really handy to have if you're trying to drive all the room in a hurry. You can get them 10-foot sheets, put them in the back of your truck. I can't hardly handle 8-foot sheets anymore. I wouldn't need 10-footers. But yeah, that's a pretty interesting family there. A Pro Stock, a Super Farm, and a Pro Stock diesel four-wheel drive truck, all coming out of the same shop. And the guys live in California. I couldn't afford the airfare to come back and forth, much less keep all three of them on the track.
Fine paddle.
Oh, and our Pro Stock diesel trucks, Trent Powell goes 327.20, 327.20. Joe Wiltsey wins the class at 346 with Relentless. Joe Wiltsey's your winner, and we got our number 9 paddle up here already.
Oh, yeah. Joe, too.
Adam Adrian, the memory maker out of Glen Haven, Wisconsin, on the Hot Farm side. Case IH MX285, the memory maker. Powers down there to 316 and 82. 316 and 82 for the memory maker.
And our winner of our paddles for the Pro Stock diesel four-wheel drives came up promptly and collected his winnings of $120 and then promptly donated it back for the American Family Children's Hospital. We thank you very much, and that is courtesy of JK Repair out of the sprawling metropolis of Stitzer, Wisconsin. You guys don't have a stoplight there yet.
Not yet.
Stitzer? Nah, not yet. Yeah, but anyway, I want to thank JK Repair donating their $120 back to the American Family Children's Hospital. Thank you very much, sir. And we didn't have to go looking for him. He was right here on the spot. Thank you very much. Boy, that's the kind of enthusiasm I like. Okay, here's the top 5 in our Pro Stock diesel trucks. Joe Wilson with Relentless wins it. The Rock Diesel finishes second. Josh Stahl with Thicker Than Blood, good for third. Jared Ripp out of the sprawling metropolis of Dane finishes fourth here tonight. I see Dane all down to Dane over there. And the Ranch Hand out of California rolls home in fifth. So nice run for the Ranch Hand. And Trent Powell cracking the top 5 here at our American Family Children's Hospital. Are you done with Hot Farm over there, or you got one more? You're all done.
One more to go. Lane Meyer, the final competitor out of Monroe, Wisconsin, 466 Express. The last tractor in the class, 324 and 40. John Deere, the Diamond Deere, out there in the lead, and it's a red one, the 466 Express, as our last tractor.
This will make for a memorable night for the Paulsons if they can. Well, Mike's winning the poll, at least thus far. Tracy's at the hospital with their middle son getting a fish hook dug out of his hand. That'll be one they tell at the Thanksgiving Day table for a long time. You remember that one year?
Mike Paulson's in the winner's circle doing the interview while on the cell phones with a play-by-play of how it's going with the fish hook.
I wonder if it was one of them big treble hooks. You know, them things could do some damage.
The green flag comes out. Will it be green on top or will it be red? Oh boy, what do you think?
He had her in the big gear.
He did.
He went right down to the knees, but he had a lot of speed doing that.
He could have powered through it.
He is awfully close, fans. What do you think? Where's my John Deere people at? Let me hear you for John Deere.
682.
How about red people? National Red people here tonight. 318 and 68 for the 3 Red fans out there. 318 and 68 for Lane Meyer. That should put him number 2. 318 and 66 to 318 and 68 is the distance. That is close in the top 3 right there. So
That's only for, it's like if you're
the winner here tonight, Mike Paulson, DeForest, Wisconsin. The Diamond Deer will get the win, 324. Second place, Lane Meyer, who just pulled, goes second place, 318 and 68. Third place here tonight is going to be dozing through Ben Hayen at 318 and 66. And that's the Loofboros with just fueling around in the number 4 spot. Ashley McDonald, number 5, and Adam Adrian, number 6. Lee Ruff, number 7. The Holgraver finishes number 8. The Blue Viper with a blown turbocharger finishes number 9. And Eric Wettenkamp will finish number 10 with the Steel Bull. And we're going to get ready to head trackside.
Yeah, they're bringing the Pro Stock tractors out for the Calcutta. So stand up, stretch your legs, and scratch your hiney if you have to, because we're getting ready for the Calcutta. And if you're a serious bidder on this, come on down front so we can see you and you can be heard. And we got 8 of them to sell off tonight. And you know how the Calcutta works. If you're the top bidder on any particular tractor, if you're the top bidder and your tractor that you bought wins the class, you get half the pot. So for round numbers, using my Platteville High School math, say the whole class sells for $10,000, hypothetically. So then the winner's take will be $5,000. The other $5,000 will go to the American Family Children's Hospital. That's how we've been able to raise $1 million for the Children's Hospital since the inception of this Pulling for Hope event. So that's how it works. And these things don't sell cheap, but they sell fast. So if you're a serious bidder, get on down trackside. You know, if you're sitting in the row there and you got 3 buddies sitting next to you, to pull out your wallets and pool your money, and pool a lot, and be a serious bidder on this class of 10,000-pound Pro Stocks. It should be a dandy, and we're going to sell them all off. And we got a professional auctioneer going to be doing the auctioneer, not me, so you're lucky that way. And John Strandy will be down trackside, and he'll kind of take it from down there. And we'll run them up, and we also got the cash for clunkers going on. And it's not the old thing. It's not the old thing from Obama where they bought all your junk cars. It's cash for clangers. Maybe that's a better way to put it. They got a big old metal pot down there for all the kids to bring your change down. Hopefully you cleaned out the cushions of your couch, and we're going to throw it all in the pot and make some noise, clinking the tin pan as we collect more money for the American Family Children's Hospital. And I think Lori Schultz might be down there. She's going to help orchestrate some of this, and we got bid takers down there that are going to take your bids. But you got to be loud and proud and stand up and be counted, so that we know that you're a serious bidder and we can get your bids. Oh, they're throwing T-shirts out now too. Oh boy, they got the T-shirt cannon going. Get your hands in the air. They got the T-shirt cannon. They're going to go. They're going to launch them. We'll get through this pretty quick with this Calcutta auction, and then we'll move right on to finish up tonight's Pulling for Hope event. And yeah, they launched some T-shirts in the crowd. Looks like a drive-by to me. And we got 8 Pro Stock tractors, and that class will be pulling next, so they'll be getting going. Hey, I got John Stranley up here. He's going to be busy. I was going to ask you about your run, but you don't have time. He'll be back. All right, we'll talk later, pal. Nice run, though. he's getting the tin pan down there to do the Clash for Clankin'. Clash for Clankin', that's what it's going to be. So you got any change in your pocket, hand it to your little one that you brought with us, or some other little one that's sitting on the row or whatever. And John's going to be out there with a big tin pan, and we're going to fill that thing full of change as best as we can. And if you throw a couple folding dollars in there too, I don't imagine they'd probably deny that. We'll get everything all squared away. We got 8 Pro Stock tractors that we're going to sell off. Looking for my lineup, but my lineup left me. Yeah, Amy took it. So we'll get, this ought to be good here. This generally goes pretty quick. 8 tractors this year. I remember one year we had 12. Boy, we raised a lot of money that particular year. And I think John's gonna, John or Christopher, one of them two guys are going down trackside. I'm stuck up here in the crow's nest because I'm old and I don't move as good. So anyway, they'll introduce each tractor, tell you a couple of facts and figures about them, and then you guys can start bidding them up, chatting it up. I see we got half the class out there. We got 4 of them out there. We got to kind of go lasso up the other 4 and get them on out there so we can sell them all off. Meanwhile, they're loading the boat down on the starting line, getting ready for the next class, which will be Pro Stocks. And it looks to me like super modified 2-wheel drives are in the staging lanes also.
The t-shirts heading out, Stacy, are from the Red Cadillac team, and Channel Seed are the t-shirts heading your way. The Red Cadillac Pro Stock team and Channel Seed Corn helping us out with the t-shirt fun here tonight. And we're getting ready for, we have stuff for the kids that we're getting dialed up in the buckets, and then the Calcutta auction and the family talk. So we're going to have 2 buckets that are going down in front of the grandstands for the kids. And if you have any change in your pocket for the kids to come down, there's glow bracelets, stickers, spinners, fidget spinners. And here's our first one right here. There's the clank right there. John Stanley's got the bucket full of clank. So if you have any change in your pocket, come on down in front of the grandstands by me. I'm waving my arms. We're down in front of the t-shirts. We're at the end of the Pro Stock tractors, and we got buckets, 1 bucket for the change, and then we got a bunch of free stuff for the kids. Come on down after you get your shot at a t-shirt. The family presentation from UW Health Kids will be next, and then the Calcutta auction. So we're right down here in front of the grandstands, right down at the corner of the big grandstands. If you have any loose change in your pocket and your kids want some glow sticks, stickers, and a whole lot more.
Is John coming down to do the family? Well, they got another tractor added to our lineup. We're supposed to have 8. I see 5, I think. So we got a couple more floating around out there we got to bring out.
So right down here, John Stanley's shaking the change bucket. If you have any loose change for the kids to donate to UW Health Kids as part of the fun here tonight, you can bring it down in front of the grandstands. The Red Cadillac Pro Stock pulling team and Channel Seed had the t-shirt cannons. And we're down here, we have stickers for the kids, glow sticks. And we're right down here where we're waving our arms, down in front of the grandstands, just at the corner of the big grandstands. And John Stanley is shaking the change bucket.
We already put it in there. Just want to come over and say hi.
Well, hopefully you're getting some change in your can down there. That's one problem with becoming a cashless society. You don't have much change floating around anymore. Yeah, if you got a couple folding bills you want to throw in there, I'm sure they will accept that also. It just won't make as much noise. But, yeah, you clean out the couch cushions or your easy chair, grabbed up all your loose change, bring it on down and throw it in the old kettle. And we'll make sure that finds a good home with the American Family Children's Hospital here tonight. We're getting all of our pro stock tractors lined up, and John or Christopher or Daryl, they're going to be down there and they'll introduce each tractor to you and tell you a couple facts and figures about them as you kind of figure out who you're going to bid on. And we'll take a check on that. We're fine there too. But again, if you're going to be a serious bettor, get down on the rail and be able to make yourself heard and counted, as we're going to have bid takers down there trackside looking for you. Yeah, we're getting another pro stocker out there. I don't know if you got Lori Schultz down there or not, John. And do we have a family too that we're going to talk to?
Yeah, there is a family.
Okay, you guys take her trackside. I'll butt out because I can't really see what's going on.
We're near the end of the change bucket, the kids' change bucket for glow sticks, the change exchange. And if you have any more loose change, send them down here trackside. We're right in front of the Fendt Black Pro Stock. And John's got the black t-shirt on. He's got his fire chute off. He was out on the track earlier. Now he's shaking around the change bucket, getting in a big workout here. It's getting heavy. So the kids can come down front and get some glow stickers down here in the grass. So we're just a couple of minutes away from going out on the track to talk to our family here tonight. And Lori's going to go through a great story we have. And then the Calcutta auction with our pro stock tractors out here on the track. That's what's coming up next. The change dash is getting wrapped up.
I'll introduce, he wants you to help with her, I guess. Can you hear me now? Yep. You take that over. What's time? Well, we're getting our noisy donations yet. When we get done, make sure we go to the other side, you guys. Thank you to all the kiddos. It's just amazing seeing them dump their change in there. But hey, we got the family here tonight that we want to introduce to you. And Lori, take it away.
All right. Thanks, John, and thanks everyone again for your patience. Yes, we have an amazing family here. This is the Brucker family, and I know many of you here might know them. They are sort of from the area here, but this family is an amazing family, and they have been off and on a part of the American Family Children's Hospital for about 5 years. But I want you to imagine, I know we're having a lot of fun tonight, But the reason we're here is to help support American Family Children's Hospital. And this is one of our amazing families that I have out here on the track tonight. So imagine you have a little baby in your arms, and you're told your baby has cancer. And Annika and Mark, that's exactly what happened to them. And they're going to share a little bit of their story with you in their journey. But out here, we also have Brindley with us. Brindley, can you give a wave? Wave to everybody. And of course, our absolutely amazing rock star, Tucker. Tucker, can you wave? And of course, he's wearing the right color green tonight, so that's even better. So please give a warm welcome to the Brucker family.
Okay, let's see if high school speech class helped me out here. Okay, hearing your child has cancer are words no parents should ever have to hear. For our family, this happened when our son Tucker was just 6 weeks old. I can't begin to describe to you all the emotions we felt upon hearing his cancer diagnosis. How in the world could our newborn baby have such the strength to fight cancer at such a young age? I'm standing here telling you that he beat cancer, and he's so strong that he's standing here today. We are so incredibly proud of him and so incredibly thankful for everyone at the American Family Children's Hospital. So let me share with you his story. At 6 weeks old, we went into the ER at the American Family Children's Hospital, and someone finally listened to us that there was something going on with our son. They did an MRI, and within 10 minutes of the MRI coming back, we were told he had cancer. Within 10 minutes of hearing that, they took him back immediately for a 4-hour surgery to remove a tumor from his spinal cord. After they removed the tumor, he did 4 rounds of chemo and did amazing. He was deemed cancer-free and has been cancer-free since. We are so thankful for the American Family Children's Hospital for all of their support throughout it all, and now the after effects. They are so patient, kind, and willing to help in every way possible. The nurses, doctors, and everyone held our hand through all of this and are still holding our hand now today. Tucker has had multiple surgeries and now has multiple follow-up appointments and physical therapy. We couldn't be here today telling you this story without all of their support. We want to thank everyone at the American Family Children's Hospital and the Badger State Tractor Pullers for putting on such an amazing fundraiser and doing all of this and supporting our family. Thank you, everyone.
And everyone, that's why you're here. You're here to help us support families like this, and we can't do that without your help. So remember that tonight, because there's still time for you to spend some money and help us. So I'm going to hand this over, and remember, you need to help us help them.
Tell them we passed $1 million last year.
We did. We've been saying it all night long.
I haven't been here. I've been in the back. Working.
Well, get out of the bathroom so you can hear it. Yes, Greg wanted me to remind you all that last year we had over $1 million in support for over the years that you all have helped. Yes, from this event only. Yes, we've been saying that, Greg. We've been saying it, and we've been thanking them for helping us hit over $1 million.
I didn't have my hearing aids.
Huh?
I didn't have my hearing aids.
So I know he doesn't. So please help us hit even more money. Last year was $165,000 just from this event. So please, 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 we want to go $200,000 this year. So help us do that. I'm going to turn this back over to John so we can have you help us do even more.
All right. Hey, let's give a hand to Tucker. He was in the wheel of this one. I asked him, I said, Tucker, you want to sit in the tractor? Yeah, and away we went.
That's probably the one to buy.
That's the one to buy right there, yep. So American Crane Rental, this tractor's been around at Badger State. It's been a very winning tractor. It's changed hands here over the wintertime. But this was Jason Round's tractor at one time here. So this is a very, very strong tractor. And Josh Blackburn is doing the driving of this tractor here tonight. And Josh Blackburn's driven light super, heavy super alcohol, super farm, and he's won in about everything he's touched. So, and Tucker likes this one, so we got to get a high bid on this one.
You introduce each track and let him rip. Yep. So this one, so then you can do the option. Yep. And you, Matt? Yes, sir. Matt Gavin.
Matt Gavin. Gavin Brothers?
Reedsburg.
Out of Reedsburg. Going to do the auctioning here tonight. So here you go, Matt. I'll help be the ring man.
Perfect, perfect. Thanks, guys, and it's an honor to be here tonight. I do quite a few charity auctions, and this one's pretty special. It raises a lot of money for a great cause, obviously, so let's open up our hearts, open up our checkbooks. Let's have a little fun while we do it, guys, and we'll sell the tractors here and your chance to win. So on the first tractor, guys, American Regulator right there. And how much? $5,000. Here the bed, now 5,000, 5,000, 2,000 bucks. I got 1,000, 2,000, 1,000 now, $2,000, $2,000, 1 now, 2, 2,000, $2,000, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 2,000 now, 3, $3,000, now 2 and 3, 4, 3 and 4, 4, Scott, 4,000, 4,000, 5,000, 4 now, $5,000, sir, $5,000, 4 now, 5,000, 4,000 is a bid, $5,000, 4 now, $5,000, 4 now, 5,000, 4,000 to bid, 5,000 bucks, guys. The first one's always the cheapest, 5,000, 4,000, 4,500, and now 4,500, 4,500, 4,500, 4,500, 4,500, 4,000 to bid, 4,500, and 4,000, now 45, 4,000, anybody else there, $4,500, 4,000 to bid, all done there, 4,500, 4,500, 4,500, 4,000 to bid, 4,500, 4,500, $4,500. 4,000 bucks. Scott Zerzo, give him a nice hand. $4,000.
Awesome job. Thanks, Scott. Scott helps out here on the fair board and helps us out here so much, so we can't thank him enough. Yep. So Tucker's Toy, we're going to name this for the night then, with Josh driving it. So Scott is the president of the Sauk County Fair here, so let's give him a round of applause one more time. Right here we got the Fendt Pro Stock, Never Giving Up. And this one here, Never Giving Up, is another great story that goes along with the UW Children's Hospital. Is Craig Ladwig's son had cancer as a young boy, and the most it cost him was college now. So he's doing good. He's right back here. Give a wave to him, my buddy. He's doing a great job. So the Fendt, it was the only Fendt Pro Stock around. Lemke Motorsports horsepower in it. Engler chassis. We got a good running unit right here.
All right. Sell the Fendt, guys. Never Giving Up right there. Then how much? $5,000. And now $5,000. And 5,000. 5,000. Got 1,000. 2,000. And 1, 2. And a 2, 3. 2,000 now. $3,000. 3,000. 3,000. I got 2,000 right up here in front, fellas. 3,000. And 2 now 3. 2,000 now. $3,000. And 2 now 3. 2 now 3. 2. 3,000. 2,000 a bit. How about you guys in back there? $3,000. 3,000 bucks, fellas. 3,000. 2 now 3. $3,000. 2 now 3. 2 now 3. 2 and 3,000. 2,000 a bid. $3,000. And how about 2,500 bucks? Right there. 2,500. 2,000 now. $2,500. And 2,500. 2,500. 2,500. 2,500 now 3. 25. 3,000. 3,500. And 3,500 now 4. You're out and back, fellas. 4,000. 4,000. $4,000. 3,500. $4,000. You're out and back, guys. 4,000. Right there. 3,500. Right up here in front. $4,000. And 3,500 now 4. $4,000. And 3,500. 4,000. 3,500 a bid. How about you guys over here? here, $4,000 and 3,500, 4 and 3,500 a bid. Now 4. Anybody else? Y'all done? $4,000 and 3,500, 4,000, 45. Have 4,000 now. 44,000 is right here, guys. 4,500 right there. $4,500. Have 4,000 to bid now. 4,500. Have 4,000 to bid right here in front there. $4,500. You bought it, gentlemen, right here. $4,000, $4,000. John Hartung buys. Hartung Brothers, guys. Give him a nice hand there. Give him a nice hand.
Thank you very much. Up next, out of Sauk, sponsored by Hennessy, out of Dodgeville and Monroe, the T8 Tomcat, and it's been a strong running unit since it come out too. Greg Elsing behind the wheel of this one here. It's kind of one of the only New Holland Pro stocks around. Lemke power underneath the hood. Good running tractor. Done very well. So let's get her going.
All right. Let's sell the Tomcat, guys. Right there. $5,000. Here to the bed. Now 5,000, 2,000, and 1, 2. Hey, 1, 2, 2. $2,000. And 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2,000. And I got $1,000. 2,000, 2,000, 3,000. 2 now 3. $3,000. $3,000. $3,000. 2 and 3. 2,000 to bid. Now $3,000 in 2 now 3, 2 now 3, 2 now 3, 2 3. 2,000. How about $2,500, fellas? $2,500 and now $2,500 in 2,500, 2,500, $3,000 and 25 there. $3,000, $3,000, 3,500, sir. And now 4,000, 45, and now 5 and 5,000, 5,500. 5,000 now 5,500, sir. 5,500. You're out over here, fellas. 5,500. 5,000 to bid. Now 55. 5,000 to bid. Now $5,500 in 55. Anybody else there? $5,500. Have 5,000 to bid. 55. Have 5,000 to bid. $5,500. $5,500. 55. 7,000. Thank you, sir. 7,000. 7,500. 8,000. 8,000, sir. 8,000. I had $8,000. 8,000. Did you say it, sir? $8,000. $8,000. $9,000. 8,500, $9,000, 8,500, 9, and now 9,500. Give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. 95, 10,000, and 95, 10,000. Now 10,500 on it. At 10,500, now 11,000, sir. 11,000. At 10,500, 11, and 11,000. Just say it. 11. Now 5, and 11,500, and 11,500, 12, 13, and 12, 13,000. At 12,000 bid. 13,000, and 12. Now 13,000, sir. 13. Did you say it? 13. And now 14,000. $14,000. Give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. 14,000. At 13, 14,000, and 13 to bid. Now 14, sir. 14,000, 14,000. 13, 14. At 13 to bid. 14, you all done? 14,000, and 13 to bid. 14. At 13, 14. Did you say it, sir? 14. 13,500, 14,000, 14,000, right there, 14,000, 14,000, 14,000, $14,000, have 14. 15,000, 15,500, sir, 15,500, have 15,000, 15,500, have 15,500, 15,500 on it, have 15 to bid, now 15,500, have 15,500, y'all done? 15,500, thanks for what you did, guys, 15,500, have 15,000, 15,500, give him a round of applause, $15,000, guys, 15,000.
Sussex Machine Company out of Waterloo. Sussex Machine Company out of Waterloo. Chris Feller. Oh, we got a good old horse and a trusty steed right here. Been with Badger State a long time. Component chassis. The red Cadillac out of Kent, Illinois. The Molitor family. And every year they've been upgrading the old red Cadillac and getting it running better and better. So this could be a great running pro stock here tonight as they've done their homework.
All right, the red Cadillac guys right there. And how much? 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 1,000, 2,000, 1,000 now 2, $2,000, $2,000, $2,000, $2,000, $1,000, $2,000 guys, $2,000, and 1, 2, 3, 2, not 3, $3,000, $3,000, 2, not 3, 2, not 3, 2, not 3, 2, $3,000, 2, 3, 4, 3, you're in, sir, $4,000, and way over there out, 4,000, 3, not 4, 4, 4, I got 3 right here, $4,000, in, 3, not 4, 3, not 4,000, 3 in the bid, $4,000, I got 3 right here, $4,000 guys, you're out, $4,000, and 3, 4, 3, not 4,000, and 3, not 4, 4, 4, 3, and $4,000, 3,000, $3,500. 3,500 guys, 3,500 and $3,500. 3,000 now, 3,500, 3,500, 35, 35, $4,000. 35 now, $4,000 in, 35 now, 4, 35, 4, 35, 4,000. 35 to bid, $4,000, $4,000 guys, 4,000 and 35, 4. 35 y'all done there, $4,000 in, 35 now, 4, 35, 4,000. 3,500 to bid, $4,000, 3,500, $4,000. Your way, sir. Yeah, Hartung's bought it, guys. $3,500. Hartung's, give him a nice hand. $3,500.
Thank you, Hartung. Next tractor up for bid right here out of Monroe, Wisconsin. The No Fear Deer, driven by Randy Bader. This thing set aside for a while, and when it come back out of the shop, she's a new hot rod. He's been running right up there with the big dogs, run a couple of pulls. Beautiful looking tractor. Let's get bidding on the No Fear Deer.
All right. No Fear Deer, guys, right there. They have $5,000. Out of it on there, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 1,002, and 1, 2. How about 2,000? 1,000 now, 2, $2,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3, 4, and 3 now, 4, $4,000, and 4,000. I got 3 over there, $4,000, and 3 now, 4, $4,000, and 3 now, 4, 4, now 4, 3, and 4,000. 3,000 to bid, $4,000, guys, 4,000. I got 3, 4, 3 now, 4, $4,000, and 4,000, 4,000, 5,000. 4 now, 5, 4,000 here, $5,000, and now 6, got 6,000. 5, 5,500. How about it? 55. 5,000, 55. Hartung's are in, guys. $5,000, looking for 5,500. 5,000, 5,500. He's in, fellas there. 5,500. 5,500, 5,500, 5,500. 5,000, 50. The No Fear Deer, $5,500. Right there, 5,500. 5,000, 55, 6, and 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. You're out, guys. 6,000, $6,000. 5,500, 6,000. 5,500. They're out down here. 6,000, boys. 6,000, 6,000. 5,500, 6. 5,500 now. Say $6,000 and 5,500, 6,000. 5,500. Y'all 6,000, 6,500, sir. 6,500. $6,500. 6,000, 6,500. 6,000 now, 6,500. Anybody else there? $6,500. 6,000 now, 6,500, 6,500, $6,500. $6,000. Hartung's. Give him a nice hand, guys. Give him a nice hand. $6,000.
Oh, well, thank the Hartungs for helping us out here tonight. Gosh, that's just amazing. Playing hooky. The gentleman who owns and drives this tractor is Dustin Hook. And if you remember the Hook name, T-Bone. So it's not his first day at the rodeo here. And he's had this out for a couple of years now, really been working at it. He took a year off to put a new mill house in it and got it out and got it running good. So this can be a hot one here tonight, I'm willing to bet.
All right, playing hooky right there. And how much? 5,000, 5,000, 1,000, 2,000. 1, 2, 2, 2,000, $2,000, $2,000, $2,000, 2,000. 1, $2,000, guys, $2,000. I got 1,000, $2,000. 1 now, 2, 2, 2, $2,000, $2,000, $2,000, 2,000, 3,000. 2,000. Scott Drizzle's in, looking for $3,000. 2,000 now, 3, $3,000, $3,000, and 2 now, 3, 2 now, 3, 2, $3,000. 2,000 now, 3, 2,000. How about $2,500? 2,500, guys, 25, 3,000. 25 now, 3, $3,000, sir. 25 now, 3, 25 now, 3, 25, $3,000. 2,500 to bid now, $3,000 in, 25 now, 3, 20, 3,000, 3,500, 3,500. Now 4, you're out, fellas, 4,000. 3,500 now, 4, and 3,500. You're out, ladies, $4,000 in, 4,000, 4,000. 3,500's down here, fellas, $4,000 and 3,500, 4. 3,500 now, 4, $4,000 in, $4,000, 4,000, 4,000, 4,500. 4,500, 4,500, 4,500 now, 5, and 4,500, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, 5,000. 4,500, $5,000. 4,500 bid now, 5,000, 5,000. 55, 55, 5,500. I got 5,000, 55. I have 5,000, 5,500. I have 5,000. Hit him again. 5,500 bucks. I have 5,000, 5,500. I have 5,000 to bid. 5,500. Say 55. And now 6,000, Greg. 6,000 and 55. 6,000. I got 55, 6. I have 5,500 now. Say 6,000 $6,000, 6,000. You're out. 6,000. Did you say it there? 6,000. All done. 6,000. How about you, sir? 6 grand. I have 5,500 now. Say 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, $6,000. You bought it behind me. 5,500 bucks, fellas. 5,500.
Jason Rowan.
Jason Roll. Give him a nice hand, guys. Give him a nice hand. 5,500 bucks. Yep.
Jason Rao, thank you, sir. Well, for those of you who've been around Badger State tractor pullers, and they've been around for 52 years, the Brinkmeyer family right here, kind of don't really need an introduction to a many-time points champion family right here. The foolish pleasure of the Brinkmeyers out of Warren, Illinois, and I don't care what Brinkmeyer's in the seat. If this tractor's hooked to the sled, it is not over with yet. So, the foolish pleasure.
Foolish pleasure, guys, right there. And how much? 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. 2,000. 2,000 bucks. And now 3. Thank you. 3. 3, 4, and 3. $4,000 and 4,000, 4,000, 3 and 4,000. $3,000, $4,000, Greg. 4,000. I got 3, 4, 5, and 4. Now 5. $6,000, $6,000. Yeah, 6 grand. I have 5 now. Say 6,000. 6 grand is all. 5,500. 5,500. How about that? I got 5,000. He's all done. 5,000, 55. I have 5,000, 5,500, sir. 5,500, 5,500, 5,500, 5,500. And now 6 grand. I have 5,500 now 6. And 5,500 to bid. Now $6,000. And 55 now 6. 55 now 6. 55, 6,000. I have 55. Anybody else there? 6,000 bucks. I have 5,500 to bid. Now 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, $6,000. Gentleman right here bought it. 5,500 bucks. Thank you very much.
What's your name? Mark Anliker.
Mark Anliker. Give him a nice hand, guys. Mark Anliker, $5,500.
Bought the Brinkmeyer machine. Well, this one here is also a really good, strong one. Come out of the Round stables. It was built by in-house down there at Jason Round's shop. So got all the good business underneath. Got a new owner, new driver for this year. And Jason's here to help do some coaching with it. Been a strong running tractor. So this will be another good green one to buy up.
All right, your last chance, guys. Last chance right there. And how much? Right there, 5,000. And now 5, 2,000 bucks, 1,000, 2,000. 2, 3, and 2, 3. Scott got ahead of you. 3 grand. 2 now 3, 4, and 3 now 4. 4. Hit him again. He'll give a little more. 4,000. 3,000 now 4. How about down here? They have 4,000 out there. 3,000's down here, guys. 4,000, and now 5. 4,000 now 5,000. 5,000. Your last chance, fellas. There, 5 grand. 5,000, $6,000. 5,000 now 6,000 out there. 5,000 now 6,000, guys. 6,000. Did he say it? How about 5,500 and 5,500? 5,000 now 5,500 out there. 5,500, 5,500, 5,500. 5,000, 5,500, 50. Anybody else? 5,500 bucks. I got 5,000, 5,500. 5,000 to bid. 5,500, 5,500, 5,500, 5,500, $5,500. Sold it. Scott Zurzo buys. Give him a nice hand. Scott Zurzo, 5,000 bucks.
Well, let's give a round of applause. All these guys bidding here. Everybody here opening their hearts and their wallets and making this such a successful event. We can't thank you enough. All right, track crew, let's jump in our iron and be ready to go as we're underway here. We'll get the Pro Stock class going.
We're ready.
That's successful.
That was average over 5, for sure.
Yours went for the most.
Yeah, feller just, I hate that. It's a lot of pressure.
Hey, just pretend you're at the fair somewhere else.
Right, and no pressure.
Yeah, you're in the hot farm class somewhere. You got this.
That about typical for how kind of prices?
Tucker. See you, buddy.
Hey, let's give Tucker a hand one more time here. Thanks for coming out, Tucker. All right, the old Calcutta auction. Now, we auctioned off, for those of you that bought the tractors, whatever the dollar amount is. So I'm just going to throw a number out there, $60,000. Say we raise $60,000. If your tractor wins, if you bought like this tractor here, like Scott Zerzo did, and he wins, he gets $30,000. $30,000. The other 30 goes to the children's hospital. So, and years past, it's been all donated back too. So, we want to thank everybody that was bidding and helping us out with this.
This doesn't make much noise, but it sounds like the change.
Okay. All right, we're ready to go pulling again. I do believe we're starting to go. Boy, that was some rousing auction numbers down there. I was down trackside. I was able to take. I watched with great intent, I guess, but it was or interest as they were bidding them up and sold them tractors off, 8 of them. They'll be coming back to pull here directly. I think we got Supermod 2-wheel drives that we're going to run also. Got a half a dozen of those, and we got 8 Pro Stocks. And then we got 4 Limited Pro. That's it? That's all? That's it? Oh, okay. Maybe I'll make it home the same day I left. I'm going to be pushing it, though. I got a little bit of drive.
Depends which way you go. You like taking all them back roads all the time. So.
I take the super slab.
Oh, you do now?
Oh, yeah. You get me on the super slab. I put my cruise on. I put my Fox radio on, so I'm up to date, and I'm good to go.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have to drive in Illinois very far so I can hold my pace up, because you guys got such good roads in Wisconsin.
Better, anyway. Better.
Better.
I'm not going to argue with you on that.
I will tell you.
All right, first thing we're going to run is Pro Stocks, and something you're going to see, our first puller. Now, this is hard to believe. Josh Blackburn has never driven a Pro Stock tractor. All the stuff he's driven over the years, John, can you believe he's never driven a Pro Stock?
Unbelievable. Up till tonight, now we're going to make history.
Yeah, we're going to make history. Josh Blackburn's going to drive a Pro Stock for the very first time. They call this tractor the American Regulator. This comes from the Powell stable out of California. And this, the Powells, for some reason, they take a hanker in the Midwest here. They got a super farm, the American Chaos, that Josh Blackburn built for them guys a couple, 3-4 years ago now. But that tractor stayed in the Midwest, and Josh Blackburn started out, he's just going to shake it down and get it dialed in. Well, next thing you know, they're running for a points championship, so they're like, just keep it there and keep running her, Josh.
They were knocking on the door with that points championship a couple times, too. They had the lead for a while, and it kept getting tossed back and forth.
Yeah,
they ended up second.
So that tractor stayed in the Midwest. The owner, the Powells out of California, flew back and drove it a few times, and they said, "Yeah, Josh, you just keep running that thing." So that tractor stayed here, and now the grandson, Trent, they got a Pro Stock 4-wheel drive that they ran in your class, John, tonight, and he got 5th. And that truck came out of Pennsylvania, and now they added this to their stable, a Pro Stock tractor. This is Grandpa's tractor, is what I'm told. But he got a grandpa, a dad, and a grandson. All 3 of them they're gonna pull the Badger State Circuit. The vehicles are staying here for the summer, and them guys are gonna fly back and forth and pull them when they can. But otherwise, they're under the watchful eye of Josh Blackburn. Pretty good eye to have on your stuff.
That'd be a real good eye.
super modified two-wheel drives coming to the line from right here in Baraboo, hometown puller Tim Deppy. He's coming to the line with the old school Chevrolet. Plumb full of 575 cubic inches of Alan Johnson Hemi going to do the talking for him. If you got any little kids with you, get their fingers out of their nose and put them in their ears. It's going to get loud. We got 8 pro stocks that we just auctioned off. They're going to be pulling. And then we got 6 super modified two-wheel drives, and we got 4 limited pro stocks, and that'll be it. We're getting on towards the end of her here. It's going to get loud. Get ready to plug your ears. Tim Deppy from right here in Baraboo. And as you're well aware, John, we got 2 trucks here tonight that got the new style Parks pullers tires on them. So the two-wheel drive guys, you know, they used to only had one choice of tires for years and years. Now they got 3.
Well, Timmerman's got a set on. Who's the other ones?
Deppy's right there.
Oh, Deppy, okay.
Pulled, yeah.
Then the overload, Earring got him on too? Oh, did you do your homework? I'm testing you now.
Scott doesn't have them on.
No?
They got them on Tim's.
Okay.
They got them on Tim's, and Timmerman's has a set on. And Sullivan down there, Donnie Sullivan has a set. But they told me those are the only 3 sets known to in captivity right now.
Oh, captivity.
331.31 for Tim Deppy. 331.31. The sled is set. He keeps the pole. We're good to go.
So Josh Blackburn out of Cuba City coming out with the American Regulator. And for tonight, old Tucker, he loved that tractor. So we're going to call it Tucker's Toy for tonight here at the Children's Hospital. Boy, if you fans could have seen his face when I sent him up in that tractor, that was worth $1 million plus tax. Oh, plus tax. See, him and his puppy dog, I gave him that steering wheel, he was in 7th heaven. Well, I'm a firm believer he can drive anything, Stacy. $48,500 we raised in the Calcutta. $48,500 half is $24,250.
That's good math. I was just going to say that's putting near a quarter for somebody that bought the winning tractor.
That's right.
Oh boy. $24,250 to the winner.
Yep. So this Scott Zurzo bought this one. I do know that. It was the last, or wasn't it Scott? I don't remember who bought this one. I thought he bought this one. Maybe not. 340.50. 340.50.
super modified two-wheel drives. We got Kurt Timmerman driving tonight on the Hot Nasty of the Timmerman family. They got a set of them new Parks pullers mounted up, and 2 weeks ago in Sauk City, that was the first run for the new tires on this machine, and stinking mag box crapped out on them. Points box took a dump on him right towards the end of the run, and I was talking to Terry, and he was going 29.5 miles an hour, and that thing coasted 40 feet. Wow! I can feel underneath the wood up here. That really shook the rafters up here. He got them headers coming out way down low on the ground, and I don't know. We was able to feel the vibration under our feet up here. They got a full tune-up on that baby tonight. Wow, 342.16. 342.16. That's going to be your new leader by 11 feet. Wow, I think them guys are going to like them new tires.
Them guys turn the RPM too. They're $9,000, 9,500 when they're wound tight too. They love the RPM.
Yeah, they had a tune-up on her tonight. The air's probably really good,
yes,
I'm thinking, because it's nice and cool and not too humid. I mean, for us, it's nice just being walking around in, but boy, these supercharged alcohol motors, they like it.
Up next, Never Giving Up, out of Plymouth, Wisconsin, the Fent, Craig Ladwig behind the wheel. Hey, Craig, he'd been a puller at Badger State long time, stretching back the old Pro Stock days of the Madness tractor him and JR used to run back in the day. So he's been in this class quite some time, and this is probably the third version of Pro Stock that he's been behind the wheel of. $48,500 is what we raised, so half of that is $24,250.
Yeah, John, you didn't know because you were down below here. We'll get Craig down the track and I'll tell you the story. The Fent was the only Fent for a while. I think there's a couple of them floating around now. Whoa, he's hot on it.
Craig Ladwig running the rails down through there with the old, look at that little fire, a little extra fuel rolling through her.
She started drifting off to the left, but you could see he was getting out past the 320-foot mark where they quit marking the track, and he just let her go.
No, knocking on the door, 339.72. 339.72 for the Fent. And that'll bring Greg Elsing up with the T8 Tomcat out of Prairie to Sac for the Pro Stock side. Who you got coming there, Stace?
Well, we'll have Nathan Faust with the Hang Time be our next super modified two-wheel drive truck we'll be looking for. And I was going to tell you, John, during the diesel, Pro Stock diesel four-wheel drive truck class, the guy that had the paint stick, the paddle, for the winner of the four-wheel drive truck class, it was Joe Wiltsey that won the class. And that guy was up here lickety-split, showing off his winning paddle. He was pretty proud of that. Promptly donated all the money right back. Didn't even take it.
That is the best right there.
Yeah, it was, I think J&K Repair out of Stitzer.
Oh, really?
You've been to Stitzer before, haven't you?
Yes, I've been through there.
We used to go through Stitzer all the time on our way home from Southwest Tech School back in 1981.
1981, that's how you say that.
Yeah, they had a little store we stopped at all the time.
Yep.
It was a different era.
Look at this.
got tied up on the right-hand side of the track over there, and I got a sneaky suspicion he was rubbing that brake probably pretty hard to keep it in bounds. Not so sure he even did. All right, and Nathan Faust goes 3:17.21 as he was really hugging that right-hand side of the track. 3:17.21. We'll have Ethan Frederick coming up next with the foul play Chevy out of New Glarus on our two-wheel drive trucks.
The T8 Tomcat on the Pro Stock side, driven by Greg Elsing. And this one here had the biggest bid. $15,000 right around there. I think 15 or 15.5 is what the bid was.
Did the bidder know that Greg was driving the tractor?
He did, yeah. In fact, they're friends even, like you and me.
Oh boy,
I'd buy your tractor.
Yeah, somebody asked me tonight if I was bidding. I said, me and John pooled our money. We got $40.
$40, yeah. Yeah, we did good. Hey, I need my 20 back now. I gave that to you earlier.
I don't know what pocket is that.
I got a hole in it. Yeah. Imagine that. The T8 Tomcat was just working towards the end of that run. $327.16 for the T8 Tomcat. Greg Elsing.
All right, heading back to the sled. Ethan Frederick out of New Glarus with his Chevy that he calls foul play. There ain't nothing Chevy in this. It's plumb full of all aluminum Chrysler Hemi. Going to be doing the talking.
We have here.
Boy, motor sounds good, but he took one trip to the wheelie bars at 250 feet, and that seriously affected his distance. Take a look at our big screen. Ryan will show us a replay on that, and you can see at about 250 feet, he put her to the wheelie bars, and you can almost see the truck slow down. I'm sure he really felt it in the driver's seat as the truck lost all momentum when he got her up there a little bit too high. Yeah, that's bounce right there. Look, oh yeah, the tires unload big time there. Yeah, that second bounce after that first wheelie wasn't bad, but when it came down and bounced right back up, that's like the old overinflated basketball, man. That shot right up.
start on the run right there, regroup after that. The red Cadillac out of Kent, Illinois, Jason Molitor behind the wheel here in the pro stock side.
Ethan Frederick out of New Glarus scores 308.81 as he cleaned off the bottom of his wheelie bars.
Your leader, 340.50. Josh Blackburn still holding the lead there with the American Regulator, or Tucker's Toy, we're calling it here tonight, as our little buddy Tucker was in there.
That's hard to believe, Josh Blackburn leading a tractor pull.
Can you imagine that? Yeah. I'm a firm believer now he can drive about anything, so we got to find some other stuff for him to drive.
I think he needs to be in a mini rod.
Well, that'd be good. Fire in the red Cadillac. We got a lot of fire in the red Cadillac.
Ooh, she's on fire under the hood, boys. It ain't coming out of the exhaust pipe.
No, it's got to be oil fire underneath there.
Look at the oil right here.
Yeah, oil all over the right-hand side of the tractor. We've got an oil line that come off from the turbocharger or what there, but that header lit it up. Like Jerry Reed used to say, son, when you hot, you hot.
You hot.
Tough break for the red Cadillac and Molotors. Let's give them a good warm welcome here to Baraboo.
A warm welcome. That's a play on words, John. That tractor got pretty warm.
She's a warm welcome. 309.34. 309.34.
Oh, hey, John, you can lost in mid-track.
About mid-track, that thing was pumping oil out over on that side. They must have had an oil line come off, either the return line from turbocharger or something. And you see the oil on the side of the tractor, especially on the replay. And right at the end of that run, it lit it up. But you know, that was probably sucking oil in the charger too. So that was bringing the RPM down. Anything underneath the hood, underneath the bro stock is bound to go through a turbo.
Boy, they got a good camera angle on that, on the big screen replay there. You can see the oil pumping down the side of the tractor. Look at that. That's a lot of oil. I guess they hold 8 gallons too. Good thing. Super modified 2-wheel drive Scott Naring from just over the hill in Reedsburg with his Chevrolet he calls Overload coming to the line. Right now he's got to go to the other side of 342. That's where Kurt Timmerman laid down the leading distance here. Scott Naring, Reedsburg, truck he calls Overload. $321.43. $321.43 for Scott Naring. $321.43. Randy Bader with the No Fear Deer coming to the line on Pro Stock side of things. Randy Bader out of Monroe. Motors fresh in the tractor.
No Fear Deer, Randy Bader, out of Monroe. 340 and change, a mark to beat. He was turning to earth. What a run for the No Fear Deer.
Well, we're glad to report that Tracy Paulson has made it back to the grounds. She had to take off earlier while her husband Melvin was winning the hot farm class. Tracy had to take off and go to the ER because her son got a fish hook. It wasn't in his hand. I was told his hand, but it was in his thigh. But she brought back visual proof. He didn't really have to bring his visual proof because we believe you. But he got the fish hook in his shorts. They cut his shorts out to get the fish hook out. So all is well on the home front.
Fishy story to begin with, but you know.
Well, I tried to bring the human side to a poll, John. There's a human element.
You do a very good job with that. 311.48 for the No Fear Deer. 311.48. 340 and change is your lead.
Over here on the super modified two-wheel drives, we're down to our last truck of the class. Scott Naring went 321.43. 321.43 for Scott Naring. That's good for third. Kurt Timmerman's way out there at 342. Tim Deppy's second at 331. And that 321 by Scott Naring puts him in third. We got our last truck coming to the line. This is Travis Hosley. He comes out of New Glarus. And this is the truck he calls Give Her the Beans. And it's a twin turbocharged 572 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. It won't be near as loud as the other trucks. Them turbochargers, they make their power in a whole different way. Them twin turbochargers are doing the talking for him. Travis Hosley, he's getting over here on the left-hand side of the track. The track is holding up really well. Pat Hacken and all the guys that he had help him build the track, they've done a tremendous job. 90 hooks we thrown at it today.
Plus a couple of replays here and there. So, yeah, this is a good track notoriously anyway. It always takes a lot of horsepower. And you can see the moisture in it. It's got good moisture all the way through. And they've used the whole track, both sides. You know what I mean?
And the runs have come from early hook, late hook, middle of the class, and the track goes back together really nice. I talking to the track crew a little bit that are doing actually maintaining on it. They said, man, this thing goes back together nice. And that, a lot of things get overlooked, but we kind of pay attention to that.
We heard now here, Stacy, that we are out of food. They've upped it every year. The old pickled pork cookers down there do an excellent job with that meal. And thank you, fans. You run us out of food once again, and we make more food every year. And that's just amazing. Thank you all so much.
The question is, do they run them out of beer yet?
I don't know. I don't think so. Not quite yet.
Travis Hosley goes 298.19, 298.19, and I'll give you the final rundown after this next Pro Stock runs.
Playing hooky, Dustin Hook. Out of Thompson, Illinois, John Deere. Here's your complete and final rundown for the super modified two-wheel drives.
Wait a second, I'll put it up on.
Oh, okay. Ryan wants me to wait. Usually he got stuff up so fast I don't even have to talk.
Yeah.
There's your final rundown, and Kurt Timmerman takes the win with Hot and Nasty. Rolls home number one. Tim Deppy, the old school, finishes second. Scott Daring third with Overload. Fourth place goes to Nathan Faust with Hang Time, and the Foul Play truck rolls home fifth. And give her the beans. Travis Holsley finishes in sixth here tonight in super modified two-wheel drive action. And we're getting her whittled down here. We got a couple pro stocks, and we got a class of 4-1s that we're going to run. And where's our lawyers at anyway? Where's our law firm at?
The law firm? The associates. The Clark boys.
Yeah, Clark and Clark.
329.27 for Dustin Hook. 329.27, just to recap. Your leader, Josh Blackburn, American Regulator, sitting out there at 340 and change. In second place thus far is Craig Ladwig. And sitting in the third spot is Greg Elsing, the T8 Tomcat, thus far. Two more to go. Jared Brinkmeyer out of Warren, Illinois, driving a Case IH Fuelish Pleasure in the Pro Stock class.
And that's Michael Gerlach out of Stockton with the G-Force. We're up here chatting away about different things, not paying attention. Imagine that. And Michael Gerlach out of Stockton with the G-Force tractors, our first one down the track. And that's all new sheet metal on there. He stretched it, he lengthened it, he raised it. He said there wasn't any room under there anymore, so they had a little time over the winter. They didn't have any major fixing they had to do, so they reskinned it.
The guys that have the 66 Series Internationals and the guys that run the 4020 or 4320 Deers, they're just not enough room, and they've been widening them out, lengthening them out. It looked very proportionate, looking good, but they want to keep that old look, and it's very hard to get the intercooler and all the piping underneath there, and it's a lot.
They got a lot more stuff on them than when they came from the factory back in the 1970s.
They only make a few more horse than what they did originally. So we're looking at the Fuelish Pleasure, Jared Brinkmeyer, Pro Stock side. Next competitor, 2 to go in Pro Stock to settle this out.
Mike Gerlach went 337.22. 337.22 for Mike Gerlach.
Brinkmeyer's humming the hides there right at the end. You see the steam coming off them as they're spinning out, digging her in.
Yeah, he's boiling the hides off at the end of the run there. Yeah, that's not smoke. The moisture in the track. They're spinning them so hard. That's friction steaming up the moisture in the track. That's pretty cool.
Jared Brinkmeyer doing the wheeling tonight. 314.80. 314.80. Well, one more Pro Stock to go.
I'll tell you what, Josh Blackburn with that very first hook of the class, he laid down a stellar pass. And that tractor they bought that come out of Iowa, so it just crossed the Big Muddy and it went through Blackburn's shop. And they've tuned it up a little bit, put a few more updates on it, and spent some dyno time with it. But that's the first time down to the track for the new owners. And I'm sure Josh Blackburn, he's probably like, man, I want to pull this thing all summer. This is kind of nice. Over on our 4.1 Limited Pro class, we got Jared Frederick coming back in now with a wild buck. Here we go, the wild buck out of Sterling. Jared Frederick's doing a wheeling here.
Jared Frederick's very respectable pass here in Limited Pro Stock.
Yeah, Michael Gerlach went out there 337 as our first hook, set the standard. And you're down to one last tractor on Pro Stock over there, John, and it's a new guy.
Yeah, this is a great story. Actually he parked right next to us over there. He just got this tractor, calls it over budget. He's from Granger, Iowa, John Deere 4555. He says, well, am I too old to start this or what? And I said, oh, you're never too old to jump in one of these things and do something you want to do for a long time. And so it's nice to meet Bob Manning and his brother and the whole family over there cheering him on. And I'm willing to bet he's got some butterflies rolling around inside that fire suit before he lights the Pro Stock. So yeah, just be calm, just be smooth, enjoy the ride.
Yeah, most people, they pull a farm stock and they move up to hot farm, then super farm, and then they work their way up to a Pro Stock. Let's just start right out with a Pro Stock.
Why not? Why not?
He's worried about being too old. I'd be worried about being too broke.
Well, you money miser, you're tighter than bark on a tree anyways.
Hey, I unscrewed my socks and threw some change in your bucket here tonight.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I'm proud of you. Along with that $20 that I gave you.
And they was able to make change for me.
Well, that's good. That's all right. You know, pooling our money works well, don't it?
Yeah, you think I could have thrown the whole 20 in, you know, but...
Imagine that. 340 and change is what the leading distance is, pro stock side. Bob Manning going to be the last one in the class. You know, it's not the first time that we had a rookie in the seat that take the win, so he's got a good run, a little hot rod there.
Now, does Josh Blackburn qualify as a rookie?
In the pro stock.
First time he's ever pulled a pro stock.
Pro stock, yeah. Rookie in the pro stock.
That's stretching it.
Well, we like to grab way out there, you know.
Yeah, you know. Yeah. We'll take and run with it as long as the story's good. Bill Smith out of Darlington coming to the line with his high bait, and it's 60-30 John Deere over here on the infield side.
Well, Jason Round jumping up there, giving him some pointers. So this is new to him. This is all new ball game, and you fans, I mean, it takes a lot to get it all put together. Any one of these pulling vehicles, and if you've never been around them, never drove them, never worked on them, it's a tough gig. I mean, what these veterans do here when they drive, they make it look easy.
That'd be like me playing soccer, John. I've never done that either, and I bet I'd have a hard time starting.
You'd be good on the bench, though. You had water out like crazy. So here he goes. This is the hard part here. You can start bringing the RPM to it, bringing the fuel to it, timing coming on, and the hardest thing to do is hold that clutch pedal in. Because once you get over about 4,000 RPM, that clutch pedal is going to want to shove you right through the back of the seat. So you really got to take all your strength you can muster to hold on to that clutch pedal, and then ease it out once you get to the governor.
He's doing a good job slowly building the boost.
All right, let's watch him go to work here. Let's cross two of everything you got. Root them on. Well, how about that? Let's give him a round of applause.
He did it. He did it. He got her letting off the line. I think they had it shifted down a gear for him to help him make sure he got it down through there, but he got it.
I don't know if he quite had it wide open or not, but he got her done. So let's give him a hand one more time. Boy, he did a good job. First run, that's the one you want to get under your belt, and then strive better.
Yeah, especially if you've never pulled anything. I mean, you talk about foreign objects to you. And jump right in the seat of a 5,000 horsepower pro stock tractor to start your pulling career. That's jumping into the deep end of the pool right off the bat. He goes 292.15, 292.15. We'll see how that fixes in our rundown. We got Bill Smith out of Darlington getting ready to go with the big 60-30 John Deere over here on the infield track. 4.1 limited pro stocks. Very similar to what's running on the other track, a little 40 inches smaller on the engine and a little bit smaller on the turbocharger, but other than that, pretty close to the same darn thing.
The distance 292.15 for Bob Manning, 292.15 as we give you the rundown for the Pro Stock class. Right after Bill Smith's run, we'll give you the rundown. All right, your rundown for the Pro Stock class coming number 1, going to be Josh Blackburn with American Regulator. So I think Scott Zirzo was the one that bought that tractor on the Calcutta auction. So we'll find out what we're going to do there. He got the split, which was $24,250, I do believe. $24,250, we got it. Yeah, that's what the split was. I'm pretty sure it was Scott. Yep, Scott Zirzo bought that tractor. The American Regulator, Josh Blackburn. Coming in number 2 is going to be the Never Given Up of Craig Ladwig. Number 3, going to be playing Hooky of Dustin Hook. 4th place going to be the T8 Tomcat of Greg Elsing. 5th place, Jared Brinkmeyer in the Foolish Pleasure. 6th place going to be Randy Bader, the No Fear Deer. Red Cadillac, Jason Molitor in 7th. And over budget, our new puller Bob Manning, rounding out the class there. Did a great job first time that he pulled. So let's give them a great round of applause at Pro Stocks. $332.48 for Bill Smith, $332.48 for the high maintenance. That puts him in 3rd so far.
So the winner in that Pro Stock class on the Calcutta got $24,250. Oh my gosh. How much did that tractor sell for at auction?
Okay, so I don't know if the family is still...
How much did that tractor sell for at auction, John? $4,000? That's pretty good return. That's better than some of that SpaceX stock you could have bought the other day.
Yeah, I didn't get in there on time, but you did, you figured.
Oh, yeah. Well, usually I'd buy high, sell low, and deal in volume.
Yeah, you should be a farmer because they buy in retail and sell wholesale.
Well, yeah. That's my retirement plan.
Aaron Giesel out of Heartland, Wisconsin on his case 2290 at the line. So Josh Blackburn and Lori Schultz. And Lori, if you have the family, could you bring them up here? We got Scott Zirzo here. We got to bring Tucker up here. Old Tucker's toy won here tonight. Okay, perfect. So Josh Blackburn, if you please come up and see us up here. We need you up here. So Aaron Kietzel with a case, 2290. Well, that was kind of a case of foreclosure on that run. That was bouncing around. He couldn't quite get that hooked up the way he wanted it to. Sounded good.
Yeah, he's struggling to get it hooked up, and then she took a couple big bounces, and that did not help his cause at all.
Your leader, 338 and change, Jared Fredericks in the lead at 338 and change. 247.26 for Giesel. Lane Paulson out of Coleridge, Nebraska. That's right, all the way from Nebraska running here with us tonight. Life 8R410. We can't thank them enough. They're probably one of the farthest traveled. Josh Blackburn, we need you up here, Josh. Oh, we had a little sled malfunction. The Grouser bars are down, I think, the whole way there, potentially. We'll find out here trackside what we're going to end up doing here. You know, it's not very often that we got sled trouble nowadays. And you got to think, all the abuse that these sleds go through all the time, and they're maintained every week, you know, right at the highest level, just like our pullers are. And they're there every run.
Oh, well, that explained why you're having trouble hooking up, John. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, like you said, I was talking to Josh Jacobs. He's got 83 events booked for this summer. Down from his usual 100, but still, that's a plenty busy summer. Josh Blackburn, if you got a minute, we'd like you up here to the announcer stand. Josh Blackburn, if you got a free minute, can you run on up here to the announcer stand quick? You're going to like it.
All right, so they're taking a look at Public Enemy there. We'll find out here trackside what we're going to do. Well, there's not a dry eye up here in announcer stand, I'll tell you that. Oh, we got Josh Blackburn up here, and first time we run pro stock. What a run here. We got a good luck charm here. Old Tucker, I think he's going to have to run with you all summer. We changed it to Tucker's toy here tonight. Scott Zerzo won the split, so $24,250. He's donating an extra $1,000 to Josh for winning here tonight, and he's giving the family that's here tonight $7,000. Let's give him a hand. That is amazing. Well, what do you think? This is a great night for you, Josh.
Oh, it couldn't be any better. My whole family's here watching. It's the first time I drove a pro. That thing was rowdy. I love it. I want to do it again. I had a lot of fun. I got to thank you guys for putting this show on and everything you do. It's just an awesome event, and it's good to be close to home and come out and have fun at these polls.
Very much so. Thank you so much. Tucker, you want to tell them good job?
Good job.
There we go. Let's give Tucker a round of applause up here. Oh, the story ends well. Tucker's toy wins here. There we go. Give me Nuxie, give me Nux, give Josh Nux. There we go. Let's give these guys a round of applause, especially Scott Zerzo. Man, oh man, president of the Sauk County Fairgrounds, and he donates the money back. It's just amazing. All right, life in the fast lane, Lane Paulson, Coleridge, Nebraska. So the word back there on the street is the pan wasn't all the way up from the get-go, and it dragged down through. Eric Heitzel said it's hot. He's not going to run it again. It is what it is. He's going to take the run, but they got it figured out, so we should be good to go for Lane Paulson. .336.82 for Lane Paulson, 336.82, and that's good for third thus far. Up next, we're going to take a look at Colin Lear out of Reedstown, Wisconsin, with the Badger Deer, John Deere. Oh, every year, this event here, well, it tugs at the heartstrings and the tears, and it's just so awesome to see everybody help out, and all you fans for coming and helping us out through this event. And it's just great all the way around. The Badger Deer, Colin Lear up next. 5 more tractors to finish out our limited pro stock. 9,500, 640 cubic inch, 4-1 charger, or a 4-inch charger inlet outlet. And these guys are cooking about 2,800, 3,000 horse nowadays. All egg chassis, 24 5s on the back. We like to thank some of our great sponsors that help us out too. Hennessy Implement out of Dodgeville in Monroe, Kwame Insurance out of Columbus, Nutrien out of Janesville, Lemke Motorsports out of Helenville, Ritchie Implement, Hoganics, and Salama Equipment. As we take a look at the Badger Deer here in Reedstown, Colin Lear. 349.20. That is your new leader, Colin Lear, the Badger Deer. Bumping that lead out there quite a ways. Yeah, good 11 foot from the leading distance of four. Jared Frederick's going to be in the number 2 spot, and that bumps the G-Force down to 3rd thus far. Up next out of Fort Atkinson will be the Diggin' Deer, Johnny Coates, and he was the very first one to win the old Fent High Stakes Limited Pro Stock, and he's running that this summer. So.
Yeah, and we had him on the Badger State show Monday night and chatting with John quite a bit there about the ins and outs of 4-1 Limited Pro. And I asked him if he's going to come to the poll here tonight because they're in Farley next weekend. That's a big money poll. And there's quite a bit on the line. Chuck Gunnenberg, our Super Farm puller off the Badger State, he won the Fent High Stakes Super Farm class down there last weekend, and he elected to not come tonight, saving his tractor, obviously, because that's $10,000 to win. And it's a 5-pole series, and if you can win the points, I think it's got another $10,000 at the end of it for you. So there's some serious cash being tossed around for that. And I totally understand. I asked John if he's going to come up here. He said, "Yep, I'm going to be there."
Johnny, he loves to run anyway, you know, and he'll get her put back together if it comes apart. He's got a little part sitting there, and right down the road, Lemke's, if he needs some parts, it's down there. So. He'll get it put back together. But, you know, those guys, you said 5 events, 2 nights at each event, 10 hooks.
Yeah.
That's some wild payout.
That's a pretty...
And I hope things keep going that way for the pullers.
It's a pretty compact series for them. 5 events, 2 hooks a night, or two hooks per event. Now, last weekend, they pulled Friday night. Saturday night, they got rained out. So they've rolled all that money, the Fent High Stakes Series and the IHRA, they've rolled all that money into Friday night's hook at Farley. It's going to be one of the best paydays in the history of pulling next Friday night for these guys. And we were talking tires with John Coots a little bit, and he's got a set of tires on there that he really likes, and he's got this set of tires that he put on for tonight because he doesn't want them other ones to start giving up too soon with that Fent High Stakes Series on the line. So I'm glad to have him here. That's a true puller there, that's for sure. Not saying that Chuck Gunnenberg's not, but John, he's like, I'll be there.
The Diggin' Deer, Johnny Coons, 349 and change is now the new leading distance. Let's see what he's got for the rest of the class. The Diggin' Deer.
Yeah, it was funny. We had John and Chuck on the show Monday night, and the track down there in Ohio was not stellar. I asked the guys, "Did you guys change anything? Move away or anything?" Yeah, on there outside, they moved on themselves.
$321.83 for Johnny Coates. Up next out of Shannon, Illinois, the Case IH tractor called the Slow Ride, Adam Stevens. So Badger Deer hold the lead at 349. Second thus far looks like the Wild Buck. And then Mike Gerlach is sitting in the 3rd spot. So if you have the number 6 paddle right now, you are in the lead with the number 6 paddle with 3 to go.
Yeah, and that 349, man, what a statement. He's out there by 11 feet. That's something to thump your chest on here in the 4-1 class.
The Lear boys, they used to pull Super Farm, and then they jumped into the 4-1, and they've been working. They've been working to get them things running, and they're getting closer and closer. They're really doing a good job. A lot of other great sponsors that helped us out this year too. Budweiser out of Sun Prairie, Rink Seed, Sussex Machine Company out of Waterloo, and we got to thank Chris Feller. He was one of the high bidders here tonight in the Calcutta auction. Also, Diddy and Milling out of Cambria, Mosier Associates Insurance Services out of Monroe, Gallett's Grading out of Jefferson, Top Year Financial, Insight FS out of Jefferson, Wisconsin Custom Operators out of DeForest, and K&M Sales and Service out of Hancock, Wisconsin. Slow ride, Adam Stevens coming to life. Beautiful looking tractor, and man, that thing unloaded.
Oh, man, if it wasn't for them two huge wheel stands, he would be a contender. He's still got a lot of distance out of it as that run looked. We'll watch that on the replay here when Ryan gets it up. But, man, he took two big trips to the wheelie bars, and he still got down there a long ways. Here we go. Look at the big screen. We'll get another look at it. And he showed us the bottom side of the oil pan, I think. Oh, look at that one. That's all the way up there. Them back tires come completely unhooked. Then it recoils, front end comes down, recoils, and bounces right back up there. I bet he felt that.
Large jarring in the seat when they do that. 324.118. You know, if he plays back, you know, his data logger there, he plays back, you'll see a couple big spikes in RPM, I wouldn't doubt there.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure of that.
324.12 for slow ride, 324.12. Up next, the Red Revolver, Bryce Rickliffs out of Iowa. This is a strong run tractor.
He was our winner 2 weeks ago over at Sauk when we kicked off the Badger State circuit. It wasn't a position hook. He hooked, I don't know, third or fourth in the class, laid out a tremendous run, and he did a job of driving over there. He started on the right-hand side of the track where nobody had started at, and he crisscrossed that track, cut right across all the ruts, and won the class fairly convincing for a 4-1 class. I mean, they're all pretty tight anyway.
I believe this tractor was a points champion at East Central Iowa last year for the 2025 season.
I believe Tim Vorwald put this track together for Bryce, and I remember Tim bringing it over here and shaking it down for him, and he ran really good the very first time out of the box. And I said, well, you might as well deliver that one. It's ready to go.
Two to go. The Red Revolver out of Iowa, Bryce Rickliffs. Ready to go to work.
My granddaughter.
still had a good run, and I'm willing to bet he was on that left brake hard as that thing was going towards the right chalk line, but he was hooked up.
We got one more tractor to run, Tony McDonald, before we call it a wraps on this year's edition of the Pulling for Hope for the American Family Children's Hospital. And I just want to thank you all for coming out here and supporting a great cause tonight. Hopefully you saw some pretty good pulling action, and we had some pretty nice weather too. I want to thank the pickled pork cookers. They really served up a meal tonight that was very, very good. And thank you all for coming out and your generosity. Boy, we'll be able to add to that in totals this year for the American Family Children's Hospital, and it was a pretty eventful night, John. And take her away.
It was a great night. Yeah, it was a lot. This is always a lot of fun, and seeing everybody open their hearts, and like we seen here right at the end, you know, Scott Zerzo, you know, president of the Sauk County Fairgrounds, and then donating anyway, and then putting more into it, and then afterwards here, you know, the tears of the family here they donated money to is just amazing, and to see them doing good, and Tucker most of all doing good. What a night! Just what a night! I don't know how you could put any more icing on the cake.
Yeah, that was all a pretty good deal. And the way some of the stuff we've seen Josh Blackburn winning his first time on a pro stock, he seemed to like that too.
He can wheel anything. I swear to it. He can wheel anything.
They wrench on everything, so they might as well be able to wheel it too, I guess.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Well, we got to thank Tower Sound, too. Tower Sound comes and does a great job for us everywhere we go to announce. And you see Jeff or one of the guys from Tower Sound, you know that we're going to have a good sound system for our event.
Yeah, one thing about when Tower Sound said, we sound good. The content might not be all that great, but we sound good.
We sound good, yep. I'm proud of you because you even kept it PG-13. That's very good. Even with your dry jokes.
You like my chicken tenders joke.
That's what I mean, yep, dry joke.
Tony McDonald, our last puller of the night out of Darlington. Let's see if he's got anything for, what do you got leading over there? 349, the Badger Deer, Colin Lear leading this thing by a strong 11 feet. Going to be taking a pretty stout pass to get around that here at the end of the night. But Pat Hack and the boys, they did a tremendous job putting this track together. It has held up for 90 hooks.
Pat has been going the last couple years to all the events ahead of time and helping out, you know, fairs, festivals, whoever they have for track crew, and working hand in hand with them to put together the best track we can have. I think that's a great move.
What was that?
That was a freight train.
Wow, he just went zipping past here. He was not stopping. Oh, my goodness.
Winner, winner, chicken tender dinner.
Last hook of the night. That was unbelievable. Where'd that come from?
Well, I think he's making up because you remember one of the times he was here, he broke the axle off and bent the rim and hurt the motor.
Yeah, hurt the motor.
He's making up for lost time now.
Yeah, that was a few years ago. That was total destruction. Wow. How far did he haul the Public Enemy sled out of here tonight?
Well, he had to go 349 and change. He goes 363.19.
All right.
Unreal.
Let's look at the big screen replay. This is a run for the ages. Oh, look at the balance on that thing. He didn't go to the wheelie bars like everybody else did. Look at that. Sledge transferred everything out, and he had such a head of steam up. It was made right there. He picked the front end up and carried it. Oh, look at that perfect balance. It didn't bounce. That's where he made his hay at that first 150 foot.
And you see the rear tires wrinkling as he had great tire pressure set up there. That tractor was hooked up.
Wow, he was locked in. Wow, Tony McDonald, congratulations. What paddle number is that, John?
That's paddle number 10. So if you had paddle 10, you are the winner. So number 1 going to be the well-spent Tony McDonald. Number 2 will be the Lear entry, the Badger Deer. And number 3 going to be the Wild Buck, Jared Fredericks. Mr. Gerlach coming in the 4th spot. And 5th going to be Life in the Fast Lane of Lane Paulson. 6th place, looking down through here, going to be a High Maintenance of Bill Smith. Adam Stevens in the Slow Ride, number 7. Johnny Kuntz, number 8 with the Diggin' Deer. 9th going to be the Red Revolver. And 10th will be the Case 2290 of Aaron Gietzel. So what a night.
Well, you talk about what a difference a week makes. The Red Revolver, Bryce Reckles, he won 2 weeks ago over there in Sauk. Last weekend, John Coots won the first high stakes series pull. Where'd them guys finish tonight? 8th and 9th?
They're down in there, yeah.
Wow. This is
8th and 9th.
Flip the switch, man. That's unbelievable.
You never know.
What a night, John. What do you take away from this?
I think this is just, I love doing this pull. Can't thank the Clark boys for helping us out too. Daryl and Christopher for helping us out, and all of us together. Everybody here donating is just the best event of the year.
Yep, tremendous night of pulling, and we only got 3 more months of it. It ought to be good.
Yes, it should. So we'll see you fans next weekend. You and I will be up to Seymour, Wisconsin. So the Mackville Nationals going on at Seymour Friday night and Saturday night. So we'll see you there.
Yep, we'll be at the Outagamie County Fairgrounds. Not too far from Lambeau Field either, I might say.
Yep,
So we'll see you next weekend.
See you, everybody. Good night. Somebody left 2 international weights by the scale, so if you took off a couple weights, check it out. They may be yours.